We are live. Hello, everybody. It's pre-chat for our European African members on our first Vidchat of 2017. So let me say hello to everybody that's in the chat room so far with us. We've got TSC in Norway, Blue Green, Harvey's Barn, Tim H in Australia, Dimitrios Papadimitriou in Greece, and Guygrr and Blue Nose Leon is joining us in the Netherlands. So Australia to Greece, guys, with Norway in between. So all over the board again tonight, guys. We've been having an interesting discussion, sort of, just kind of a conversation, really, more than a discussion about all the very strange weather in the world. Dimitrios is telling us that they've got snow where he is in Greece. There's been snow in Constantinople, Istanbul, if you want the Turkish name. Snow in the Sahara. And meanwhile, down under, Tim H is baking. And it's strange. I've had weird weather here too, because yesterday we were in the 70s. Today, we're under a winter storm watch, so go figure. Anyway, we got an interesting lineup of questions today. I think you're going to be intrigued, to put it mildly. Quite a lot of interesting stuff. Guygrr has submitted his usual tome for our consideration. We've got a couple of tomes from Kelly, and we've got another tome from Tony in the United Kingdom, who we haven't heard from in a while. So interesting stuff coming up. And in particular, in Tony's commentary, Tony is kind of tapping into some things that Catherine Fitz and I have been saying too on our recent Solari report interviews. So Tony's approaching it from a different angle, but kind of coming to similar conclusions. Anyway, Scorpio says, I'm here to get some fake news. Yes, we manufacture it here. So anyway, all right, looking here on my email questions, and we've got some that just came in, so let me get those printed out real fast. So guys, I'm not watching the chat room right now. And of course, now my computer picks this time to be slow. All right, there we go. So hang on, guys, while I get this one printed out from Nate. Anyway, just let me know if you guys got sound and vision. Tim H says he's got sound and vision, so I hope everybody else is coming through okay. Oh, cool. All right, excellent. Had to scan that one quickly. Guygrr says, no, not you. Your news organization is terrible. Well, thanks. I'm doing my best. I'm a one-man show here. You got to remember that. Anyway, I'm going to put that one with Tony's. Anyway, Harvey's Barn. It's coming in loud and clear for Harvey's Barn, so that's good. It's going to go, I think, a bit long today, guys. I haven't made up my mind if I'm going to start early, but I think I'm going to keep it right at 2 o'clock. I might go long. Dana is in Italy. I didn't see you on the user list, and I'm sorry I didn't mention you, Dana. Dana is coming to us from Italy. So we've got Italy and Greece, Norway. Nate is in Estonia, so we're kind of all over the board. I guess I'd better refresh my user list here. I don't know why it doesn't do that automatically. So apologies to those of you that I skipped when Winston's in the chat room. So we've got Estonia, Greece, Italy, Norway, the Netherlands, Canada, and Australia, the USA. So we're all over, just with 14 people. We are all over the board today. Oh, Guygrr says he was quoting the Donald on CNN. You know, Trump is Trump, but that was one I actually had to cheer on. Oh dear. Anyway, is a coup planned in the U.S. before the 20th? Well, they've been trying their very best. I don't think it's going to work, but um, everybody keeps saying President Obama is planning a coup. I don't see that. What I see is a guy that says, "I've had it. I'm out of here." I can't blame him. I'd want out of there too. I really can't blame him. I disagree with about everything he says and does, but I really can't blame him. I'd want to go play golf too after 8 years of that. Anyway, TSC says my wife subscribes, and then he says grown. So I don't know. Catherine 60 is with us. Welcome to Canada. So Catherine, welcome. But anyway, lots to get through, guys. There is kind of a focus here today, guys. There's a kind of a cultural focus. There's a focus on whatever entity it is that seems to be hovering in the background trying to mess things up. Nazi International, neocon, globalists, whatever you want to call them. When will the chat part of the Vidchat start? The chat starts actually in about 2 hours, mate. So we're just here for pre-chat right now. 2 p.m. Central Time. I think you're what, 9 hours ahead in Estonia. So that would be 11 in Estonia, I think, 10 or 11 in Estonia. I can do the time zones going east. It's when I have to cross the international date line and think about all you guys in Australia and New Zealand that I get mixed up. I think we have someone in China now as well that is in the chat room every now and then, and I have not a clue about the Chinese time zones. Scorpio asks, is CNN really that stupid with all these fake news that they're putting out there? I mean, they destroy themselves and don't even know. They're living in a bubble. That's all I can tell you. I can't fathom it either. I haven't watched any of the cable news networks in 2 years, so I'm totally out of touch. If I had my cable hooked up, Scorpio, my problem would be I'd be watching it too much, number one, trying to compare notes, and I wouldn't have the time to spend on the emails. I do get a lot of emails, and it takes me time. I sort through them when I first get them, and then I sort through them again when I'm ready to blog and pick out ones that I think are kind of where everybody's heading for the week. So Guygrr says, I think neocon ventriloquist is now the proper term. Thank you, Michael Savage. Yeah, Savage is an interesting guy to listen to because he's got the cultural take on things, and he's not really a kind of a knee-jerk conservative either. He tends to be conservative in his outlook, but he's a more interesting radio guy. I haven't listened to him in about 3 weeks, so I don't know what he's saying, but that sounds like that sounds like a Savage thing to say. Anyway, and Harvey's Barnes says in the chat room that some people eat up that cable news network, the CNN news network, MSNBC, Fox News, like it's real. And yeah, that's my other problem with it. Guygrr says I'd be throwing stuff at the TV. No, I wouldn't throw stuff at the TV. I'd throw the TV. So listen, I came close, Guygrr, a couple of years ago. I thought at that time, I've had it. I'm out of here. And when I made my move again, I just didn't hook up the cable. Enough is enough. I have to pay for the people to get my internet and my phone service. Uh, you know, I feel like writing a letter to the president-elect and telling him that he needs to ram a bill through Congress to allow people to pay for the services they're actually using and nothing more. Pull the plug on these people. But anyway, wishful thinking, we are, it's, um, oh, Guygrr says that Michael Savage, this American talk show host, if you guys in Europe don't know who he is, he's kind of a popular American conservative talk show host. Most of his commentary is kind of either political or cultural. And Guygrr says that this guy said that the neocon ventriloquists and Democrats frequent the same pizza shops. Well, that's kind of over the top, but what's what you expect from him, I guess. Blue Green says, I ditched my TV years ago. I get all my news pre-sorted from Twitter these days from people I follow. Well, it's interesting because, yeah, I do the same thing, Blue Green. I'm getting all my news from all the articles you guys are sending me. And, the biggest education for me in getting all these emails has been to see just how many different news sites there are actually out there. I'm constantly stunned at you guys finding these things. I'm not a very good internet surfer, and I'm constantly stunned. Scorpio says I should be a regular political and geopolitical analyst on Alex Jones's show. Alex Jones, I listen to him very, very occasionally. Very occasionally, I'll use a story that he's posted. My problem with Alex Jones, they do a lot of good, what used to be called investigative journalism on that site. I just can't stand to listen to his voice. It's like listening to somebody taking their fingernails and dragging them across a blackboard. I can only put up with him for about 10 minutes, and then I gotta turn him off. Tim H says, I have a therapeutic foam brick that I throw at the TV. Well, I'd be too tempted to use a real brick. I'd be tempted to use a real. The other problem I have with Alex Jones is he's constantly interrupting his guests right about the time they're going to make the point that he interrupts them on. So anyway, Ramura is in the chat room. Welcome to Ramura. And she says, I just checked out the description. The trifecta, Tony M, Kelly M, and Guygrr all in one show. Yep. TSC says listening to Alex Jones is a real challenge. I totally agree. Well, to his credit, he has formed his website around the old paradigm of genuine investigative journalism. You may not always agree with him, but at least he researches his stuff. That's a plus. Ramura says, I have a YouTube site who edits Alex Jones out of his own interviews. Like when I want to hear what Steve Pachenik says, it is so much better without Alex. Well, whatever. I don't know that I would ever be on his show because he has a tendency not to invite people that don't accept the controlled demolition of the Twin Towers hypothesis and only that hypothesis. He used to have Webster Tarpley on his show a lot, and I've noticed that Tarpley's gone. It's just, so I don't know. We'll see. Do the show with David Knight. I guess I don't know who that is, but I'm assuming that that's somebody on Alex Jones. But anyway, I just keep plugging along, guys. It's about all I can do. I had an interesting experience this week. I got an email from somebody that was inviting me to a UFO conference on Memorial Day weekend. And I saw the lineup of speakers, and I thought, well, I'm just going to be busy on Memorial Day weekend. So I shot the response back, sorry, can't attend, got plans. But, but then somebody on Facebook instant messaged me and said, oh, I recommended you to a conference, and they wrote back and said, Farrell's too boring of a speaker. And I said, oh, really? What conference was it? And it was this conference that had invited me. So this guy got his response after I had turned them down. And when they emailed me, they said, oh, you're such a wonderful speaker. We've really got to have you, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, TSC says Tarpley went totally anti-Trump and pro-Democrats. Well, you know, that's to be expected. Tarpley's an old school, you know, New Deal loyalist. You know, anyway, what do you think of William Engdahl's conclusions about Trump? He thinks Trump is just more of the same. If you listen to the latest interview on Solari that I just did with Catherine, and the second part is up on Solari, it should be up on our website shortly. We have the same misgivings. What we're looking at, and we are talking about doing another interview with John Rappaport as well. We're looking at all these Goldman Sachs people, and we're thinking, well, there's only two ways that we can interpret this here. He's either bringing in the people to reshore the money, or it's going to be a privatization thing. But the problem is Trump is sending out other positive signals and messages. So it's, you know, I'm cautiously optimistic, but I'm more on the caution side than I am on the optimism side. I don't know what Catherine is thinking lately. My guess would be she's slightly more on the optimism side than the caution side. Rappaport, I think, would definitely be like me. He would be more on the caution side than the optimism side. So Winston is asking me, they wanted me for the disclosure conference. I don't know what conference it was. It was another UFO thing with the same old people, you know. Guygrr says he's pretty sure that Tarpley had a stroke. I did not know that. I'm sorry to hear that. So anyway, I would be inclined right now to have a 50-50 view of what William Engdahl is saying. You know, all that we can say is that, yeah, there are positive messages out of Trump. You know, he appointed Robert Kennedy Jr. to, or at least asked him if he would be willing to chair a committee looking at vaccines. And apparently Kennedy said, yeah, he would. So you get these positive messages coming out of Trump, and then at the same time you get all these Goldman Sachs people. So yeah, you know, it's iffy. But one thing we know for sure is that had Hillary won, it would have been more of the same, and more of the same on steroids. So, you know, it's touch and go. You know, we're going to have to see. I like the way that he has handled the media. I definitely am encouraged about the fact that he is keeping the door open with Russia. So, you know, there have been encouraging things. There have been discouraging things. What can you say? But at least it's not a litany of discouragement like we've been living under for the past 16 years. Thank you, Mr. Bush. Thank you, Mr. Obama. We'll see. We shall see. Yeah, Ramura makes a good point, folks, in the chat room. RFK Jr. accepted And that's interesting on many levels because of the JFK and RFK assassinations. The problem, the way I'm looking at it, folks, and have tended to look at it, is that Trump, at least as far as the people electing him are concerned, I'm not trying to speak for him, but the way I'm looking at the political coalition behind him is, I think that group of people, and I would certainly number myself in that, tend to look at the last few decades as one whole thing, beginning with the assassination of President Kennedy up to now, and that's what's coming undone. The group of people that did all that. Swedish exile in Hungary, Happy New Year and welcome to you. Ramura says, as Kelly M. said to me recently, the best thing Trump has done so far is to keep Hillary out of the White House. Well, hear, hear. You know, I've heard rumors that she now wants to run for mayor of New York. And I just have to laugh. She wants to get in there and shred all that NYPD investigation. Anyway. Blue Green says Trump said something about his son being vaccine damaged. Yeah, I suspect that Trump's interest here is personal, because when you saw his youngest son, Barron, or I don't know what his name is. I think it's Barron. Baron von Trump. Nothing German there, folks. But anyway. I suspect that his interest may be somewhere in his family, that there's something personal going on. But anyway, yeah, get a hold of Huma's laptop, Ramura says. That's what Hillary wants to get in New York for. I think that laptop is actually in the hands of the FBI, so it's going to be interesting. Scorpio says that Tillerson and Mad Dog Mattis were talking like the senators wanted to hear. We'll see. You know, again, we'll see. Who knows? Guygrr says that Trump's son's name is Barron. He's a time traveler and a Russian hacker. That was CNN fact-checked. I'll give you a point for that one, Guygrr. That was good. Anyway, we'll see. Time is going to tell here, guys. All right, got another question here that came in. I've got to print this one out. So give me a few seconds here, guys, because I'm not watching the chat room. And of course, my computer is slow. All right, here we go. Anyway, I don't need new deals on Windows. I don't need a free trial subscription to Cialis and Viagra. Jeez. Why? Oh, if you guys could see all the spam email I get. Anyway, since 12 months yet. Oh, that's weird. All right, I think I know what he's talking about there. I'll have to kind of guess at that one. TSC has been asking how come it's only Russia that has any really good hackers. Well, listen, TSC, the problem with the hacking meme, and I've said it when we first started to hear it, if the Russians were going to hack anything, they wouldn't leave a trail of crumbs to lead you back to Russia. It just, that to me is very bad hacking, not good hacking. Anyway, am I going to do any more dialogues with Daniel? I think we have one scheduled next week. I'm assuming you're asking because of the last one, which kind of threw me for a loop. I felt like I was being cross-examined. Anybody following George Webb's videos? I have not seen any of those. I don't have time for videos, guys. People still send me videos, and I just simply don't have time for them. You're wasting your time to send me videos. The Comey investigation, Ramirez says Comey FBI faced scrutiny over Clinton email investigation. Then Ramirez says she read the story and realized the focus is on Comey losing the election for Hillary. No, the only person that lost the election for Hillary was Hillary. You know? It wasn't Comey. It wasn't Janet Yellen. It wasn't President Obama. You know? Ah, dear. George Webb, Guygrr says, is on the money. I don't even know who George Webb is, so I guess I'm going to have to go look at YouTube videos of George Webb to find out what everybody's talking about. TSC says, yeah, I mean, no other hackers can influence elections. It's just Russian hackers. It's the evil Machiavellian super genius Vladimir Putin and his evil Byzantine, always never to be trusted Russians that are behind everything. You know, it's funny, folks, because now Russia is the big superpower coordinating everything behind the scenes. Yesterday it was the Israelis. The day before that it was the Jesuits. You know? Oh, dear. Scorpio says, Putin says he loves CNN, the best entertainment and the only channel that really makes him laugh. Well, okay. Blue Green says, I saw a headline somewhere where the Russian hackers had been traced to the Ukrainian neo-Nazis, which sounds like a fairly plausible locality. Yeah, I did a blog about that, Blue Green. That somebody had posted an extensive kind of very technical analysis of the hacking claims. And yeah, they ran back to the Ukraine. Anyway. KDB from the United Kingdom is in the chat room, so welcome to KDB. And a happy new year to Katie. Swedish Exile says, I'm asking this as a person that doesn't live in the U.S. Wasn't the right moaning as loud as Obama when Obama was elected as the left is moaning? Oh, yeah, they were moaning, but what they were not doing was going out and rioting and torturing, you know, mentally retarded kids. What the left is doing in this country is absolutely insane. Let's see. Scorpio 58 says, I'm waiting for the next fake news on Angela Merkel having golden showers with Hillary. Oh, yuck. Oh, dear. Yeah, Made is correct. The USA tried to demonize China, especially during the first term of Obama, and now it's Russia. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. But yeah, this has been a very, very strange political cycle. We shall see. You know, in some ways I am optimistic, in other ways I'm very, very cautious. I'll tell you one thing that just kind of amazes me. I don't think I can remember an election, and I remember elections going all the way back to Kennedy and Nixon in 1960. I can't remember any election where an incoming president-elect has already been doing things to the extent that Trump has. We didn't see that. We didn't even see that under Reagan, which is very bizarre. But anyway, it's been a very weird election cycle. I'm glad that it's over. You know, I hate these, every 2 years we go through this national crisis, and it gets old. All right, I'm checking my Facebook here, guys, very briefly, just to make sure I haven't had any messages there. Scorpio says, I fear a civil war this year in both France and Germany. I'm not fearing a civil war. I do think there is a possibility for some violence. But I think right now in Europe, the eyes are really on the French elections. And I've said before, I'll say it here, that even if Marine Le Pen does not win the French presidency, I fully expect that her party will have a strong bloc, let's just put it that way, in the French National Assembly. And then, of course, everybody's going to be looking at what's going on in Germany. I think I have a blog coming up, in fact, next week about Sigmar Gabriel in Germany and the Social Democrats and the German elections that are coming up. So I think in Europe, it really is all about the upcoming election. And Guygrr and Guygrr and Remura, pardon me, are saying in the chat room right now that apparently Marine Le Pen has visited with the president-elect in the Trump Tower, which does not surprise me. I fully expect you're going to see other European politicians and making similar visits, or at least phone calls. I do have a suspicion that some of these NGOs, Soros and so on, might be on the menu. We'll see. We will see. So anyway, checking my email again here real fast, guys. Looks like we're okay. So yeah, it's a very interesting time. You know, the problem with assessing what Trump is up to is that he's playing his cards very closely to his chest. He's sending out some positive messages. He's sending out some very negative messages. So we will see. The Goldman Sachs influence could be, you know, there's no two ways there's no way that I can rationalize that in a kind of a middle of the road way. It's either a looting operation or it's a reshoring operation, and it could be both. That's the other possibility we have to keep in mind. I was in contact with Catherine Fitz before we got started here, and she and I and Rappaport are thinking about doing another kind of a little analysis session. What do I think about Trump-Israel? The interesting thing about Israel right now is that Prime Minister Netanyahu appears to be under some sort of corruption investigation from the Israeli Attorney General. And there hasn't been very much detailed discussion coming out of the Israeli press as to what all of that is about. Personally, the way I look at Israeli politics, I think that there still is something lingering, something very dirty from the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin that still has not come out, and it's hovering around Netanyahu and his Likud party, and that's kind of my take on it. Remura, that there's something going on in the background in Israel as well that I think it's gonna come out gradually, I think, this year. So we'll see. That's another story to watch, because you remember that during Turkey's sudden shift, the Turks reopened diplomatic relations with Israel, and I'm wondering if even that may have something to do with it. So I you know, this could go any way. Yeah, TSC in the chat room says the Rabin case really stinks, and it really does. Um, there's something just not good. And Israel just bombed Syria, Harvey's Barn is saying. And yeah, I suspect that Israel is the Israeli policy towards Syria just makes no sense to me. You know, it's in line with what the United States has been doing there, and I can't understand it. I can't understand it. Catherine 60 is saying Israel just bombed the Damascus airport. Yeah, this may be the last hurrah, you know, before the inauguration. Try to get something started in Israel. And you'll notice something interesting. They have been trying to provoke Putin. And Putin is just, you know, kind of ignoring everything. And that's a dangerous situation, because we always have to remember that there is a hard line in Russia to this day. It's centered around, you know, the old Communist Party. So he's getting domestic pressure inside of Russia. I'm almost certain of it. So, you know, it's a fragile situation. Very, very fragile. So we shall see. An interesting world. You know, we live under the Chinese curse. May you live in interesting times. It's just really amazing to me how bizarre the politics has become. Harvey's Barnes says Israel's trying to draw the U.S. further into it with Russia. That could be, you know, that could be that. It could be Netanyahu trying to take, you know, reacting to his domestic situation by creating a distraction. Who knows? Who knows? I don't put anything past any of these people. They're just rotten to the core. And Bibi, you know, Bibi has always struck me as a kind of oily, smarmy politician. TSC says there are many different factions in Russia that people don't know. That's quite correct. You've got very extreme nationalist parties. You've got, of course, the communists are still there, dwindling but still active. The interesting thing about Putin is, if you've looked at Putin and watched him over the past few years, he really is a kind of a populist, because he's constantly out there giving conferences directly to people that ask him questions. So he's very, very cagey in that sense, and I think that may be one reason that he and Trump seem to, at least so far, seem to keep getting along. So it's going to be an interesting time, folks. There's no doubt about it. Ramura says that she recalls some research several years ago that linked Netanyahu to the Rabin assassination, and that the evidence looked pretty strong. Yeah, that thing has always been bubbling in the background with Netanyahu, and you know, I'm very suspicious of that guy. Mate says the neo-Nazi movement is sadly quite strong in Russia. Yes, it is. It's interesting. There's a certain segment, Mate, of the old Communist Party that, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, just lurched wildly. It was amazing to see Vladimir Zhirinovsky, people like that just like overnight transformed themselves into these ardent fascists. It's unreal. Guygrr says this was tweeted by the Russian embassy in the UK, and he posts a picture of Mr. Putin all in green. Yeah, who knows? I've always maintained that Putin looks to me like he's coming out of that segment within the KGB, the FSB, Federalная Служба Безопасности, I think is the Russian for it, that became kind of a repository for traditional Russian nationalism. And Putin has certainly surrounded himself with the trappings of that. All right, welcome to Eudemonist. Welcome back, we should say, to Eudemonist. She's been missing from our chat room, so welcome back, Eudemonist. So a lot's going on, folks. It's going to be, I suspect that we're going to have some very interesting vid chats in the next year. I'm kind of holding my breath for all you folks over there in Europe to watch these French, German, and Dutch elections that are coming up. I've been watching Mrs. Merkel, and boy, she's changing positions faster than particles in the Hadron Collider because I think she knows she's in a bit of trouble. Tim H. says, I remember when Ehud Barak was the Israeli prime minister and Bibi lurked in the background like Tony Soprano. Yep. Yep. TSC says, Putin is for nationalism, church, and lots of money. Probably the latter. Of the three, I would say Mr. Putin is probably most interested in the latter. Although, you know, he does strike me as being sincere in his religious beliefs. So we'll see. Ramura is asking, will I please post the link for the virtual pipe organ fundraiser when the 4K matching comes online? Actually, Ramura, it's already posted on Solari. That matching fund thing has been going on now for about a week and a half. And from what I can tell, they're about almost to phase 1, as far as I know, the last time I looked. So yeah, that it's looking like that might actually happen, you know, which I'm certainly not. I'm certainly tickled about, because you know, back in the days that I was practicing organ regularly, I had connections that could get me in to use instruments, and those just evaporated. I don't have any more connections. I've been so long out of practice. I probably can't play chopsticks anymore. And if I did, I'd probably play in the cracks. So it's going to be interesting to see if I can get back to where I used to be. Anyway, let's see here. We have an interesting question from Catherine60. I think this is a good one. She asked, was Merkel blackmailed into her position on the refugees? I have been pondering what in the name of sense is up with this whole refugee thing all along. And my scenario has always been that I suspect strongly that this crisis was being used to create a cultural identity that the EU lacks. And they did it by bringing in people from a completely foreign culture in order to emphasize the difficulty of multiculturalism in a modern secular state, and create a backlash, a deliberate backlash to keep people loyally locked into the EU. And I know that sounds crazy, and it may be, you know, it may be totally off the mark. Anyway, TSC says there was an article in the Commerçant 8 years ago that estimated Putin's worth to be about $60 billion, and it was never disputed or denied. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Romero says, with your organ shoes, I want to see you do the jig. Listen, I tell you, the jig is a very difficult piece. I used to play that piece. I had started to learn it in high school, and I finally got it under my fingers and feet early in college. It is a very difficult piece. What I'm going to have to do if this thing comes through is to pace myself and do the certain pieces that I need to get certain techniques back under my hands and feet, and then tackle the big concert pieces, the D major Prelude and Fugue, the Bach-Werke Verzeichnis 532, and then the Toccata Adagio. You know, the show-off pieces. That's what they are. You know? So I'm gonna have to start slow. So don't be looking for any wow concerts anytime soon. I haven't played a pipe organ. I have to be honest. I haven't played a pipe organ on a regular basis at all since the early 1990s. And they're not easy instruments to play. So anyway, does Putin have kids? He has a daughter. Yeah, TSC is right. He has a daughter. There've been suspicions that Putin had a couple of children out of wedlock. That's never been substantiated. But you know, I think that probably he has. You know, I wouldn't, let's put it this way. I wouldn't be surprised if Mr. Putin does have other children that, you know, are not acknowledged. Eudemonus just posted Saint-Saëns, but she didn't post what she meant by Saint-Saëns. So I don't know what you mean there. Saint-Saëns wrote for the organ, but not for solo organ very much. Anyway, got to check my emails here, guys. I think we're good. We're going to get started here in about an hour and 15 minutes. Guygrr says Putin has half bear children. Yeah, you never know, guys. You never know. Ramira says that Putin may have a newish baby if the tabloids are correct. Very young girlfriend. That may be too. That may be too. It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me. It's an interesting cult of personality that you see going on in Russia with him. It points to the effectiveness of the Russian propaganda right now. But it also points to the effectiveness, I think, you know, to give credit where credit's due, of some of his policies. It's going to be an interesting year. Particularly, guys, the thing to watch, I think, with Russia and with Mr. Putin is this thing that's beginning to happen with Japan. That's, you know, that to me, the Onsen summit, guys, I was just like, wow. Mr. Abe is a very, very skilled diplomat. We haven't seen anything like this from a Japanese prime minister in a very, very long time. You know, going all the way back to the interwar period. It's very, very interesting. And, you know, again, giving credit where credit's due, Mr. Abe is playing his cards extraordinarily well. You know, he makes all those deals with Putin at the Onsen summit and turns around and shows up at the Pearl Harbor Memorial in Hawaii, you know, to pay his respects. He's pushing all the right buttons in all the right sequences. It's going to be interesting. Eudemonus just posted the Saint-Saëns Organ Symphony finale. The only way I could do that, Eudemonus, is I'd have to get a karaoke version of it with the orchestral part. My favorite version of that was the old version of that was on Deutsche Grammophon, where it was the Chicago Symphony Orchestra and Gaston Littez at the organ of the Cathedral of Chartres, and I mean, my word, that is the performance of that piece. Catherine60 says 4chan is trolling ISIS with gay memes. Edom asked how al-Baghdadi became the most powerful homosexual in the world. All done like fake news. Jeez, that sounds entertaining. So what's the deal with the U.S. tanks and military in Poland? It's more of the long-term shifting of American bases, Winston, as I've been arguing when we first saw that happening. This started happening when George Ann Hughes was alive. And I did a bite show with her where I said it's very simple. The U.S. is playing very careful politics here by pretending to address European concerns about the U.S. military presence in Western Europe by shifting them eastward so that the U.S. is in a position to interdict between Western Europe and Russia, meaning what the U.S. is worried about is the same old thing. It's worried about a German-Russian rapprochement. The Poles are worried about the same thing. You know, they're stuck between Germany and Russia. What a wonderful place to be. You know, so I think that's exactly what's going on. I don't think it's the last neocon hurrah. I think it's part of long-term American strategy vis-a-vis Western Europe. And the Germans, you'll note, after this started being done, the Germans responded by saying, oh, we're going to increase the size of our military 3 times to what it is now. So the Germans are playing a political card that, you know, if the EU falls apart, they will remilitarize big time and use that army. If they get their EU army, they'll use that as leverage against NATO. I'm certain of that. I'm quite certain of that. So that's a geopolitical game between the United States, Germany, and Russia. That's what's going on. You know, and speaking just plainly geopolitically, you know, Germany is the, I think, 4th or 5th, depending on which list you consult, economy in the world. In other words, it's the old Kaiser Wilhelm dilemma on steroids. You've got a small population base with this gigantic industrial plant that does not have any natural resources to speak of. And, you know, this has always been the problem, the root of the problem of German military power. So, you know, if I were the Poles, I'd be doing the same thing. You know? Will the EU fall apart? That's an interesting question, Swedish Exile, because I have a blog coming up next week about the German Vice Chancellor. He's the current leader of the Social Democrats in Germany, Sigmar Gabriel. And Herr Gabriel has come out very recently with 2 very interesting statements. Number one, there is a possibility the EU will break up. He is a part of Merkel's coalition government. And the other more interesting thing is that Gabriel has come out and said austerity isn't working. Austerity isn't working. The refugee policy isn't working. So he's already sounding like he's going to make a bid. And even if Merkel wins, I suspect that you're going to see a much stronger influence of the Social Democrats in any new Merkel government. So in other words, again, I go back to what I've been saying. I think her days are numbered one way or the other. So it's going to be interesting to see. Germany and France are going to be very interesting to watch this year. The Netherlands as well. Welcome to Blake Cosmos in the chat room. Where are you from, Blake? Let us know what country you're from, because we always kind of like to try and keep track of that. I'm going to refresh my window here, guys. Oops. What happened? Oh, there we go. Yeah, TSC is right. None of the EU policies are working. That's what the problem is. And Merkel's behind those policies. You know, the EU, whether we like it or not, is dominated by Germany, and Merkel's policies are creating chaos in Greece, creating chaos in Italy, creating chaos in Spain and France. So it's going to be very interesting. Blake Cosmos says he's from Chirac. Don't understand that one, Blake. Let us know what country you're from. I can't read your mind. I'm thinking of Jacques Chirac, the old French politician. So I'm trying to compute that one. Anyway, Chirac. Well, assuming that he's saying that he's somewhere in France. Ah, dear. Orban is a mystery, but hey, guys, while you're watching Hungary and Orban, go back and reread. Blake Cosmos says the city formerly known as Chicago, it's now Chirac. Okay, we get it. The interesting thing about Hungary is go back and reread The Third Way and what that alleged secret deal between Germany and Russia was, because there were some things about Hungary in it that I thought were really very telling. Very, very telling. Argentum in the chat room. Welcome to Argentum. Welcome to Argentum. Chicago. And Byzantra is in the chat room. Welcome to Byzantra in Belgium. And Shoe Dog is in the chat room. Let us know where you're from, Shoe Dog. And Steve Heppel, you as well. Welcome to you. Let us know what country you're in. We always like to keep track of the countries that everybody is from. Blake Cosmos, Chicago, murder capital of the nation. Yeah, sad but true. It's baffling to me. Totally baffling to me. So anyway, Ramirez says that no guns policy ain't working out too well in Chicago, is it? No, it's not, folks. Sadly, it is not. Not that I'm in favor of, no guns policies, but Guygrr says, a serious question. Steve Heppel says he's in the USA, so welcome. Guygrr says, who else thinks that Michelle Obama is really a man named Michael? I've never heard that one. I've never heard that one. I've never thought of her as a man, but anyway, I guess that's me. I guess I'm not paying attention enough to all the internet fake news. Swedish Exile in Hungary says, I do. I think she's a man. That's interesting. That's interesting. So apparently this is a meme that I've been missing or something. I don't know. All right. Facebook's okay. And we're about 1 hour away from getting started, guys. Our first Vidchat, post-election New Year Vidchat. Or for those of you in Europe, pre-election Vidchats. Oh, wow. Guygrr says, Joseph, just look at those hands. Meaning, I guess, Michelle Obama's hands. So I guess I've been so out of it, not watching all of it. Catherine 60 says Michael Robinson suspects Joan Rivers, the comedian, was murdered for saying that Michelle Obama was a man and that Obama is gay. Now, I did hear that rumor in the 2008 election. In fact, it was Webster Tarpley that followed that story for a while. Oh, wow. Hang on, guys. Just had a big, long post from Mate. Well, I'll give you, Mate just posted a long thing basically about there be some merit in the Russian hacking story. I'll tell you what my suspicion is, Mate, regarding the American elections. I suspect very strongly, as a matter of fact, that Hillary did not win the popular vote. And I know that puts me in a very small camp. But the reason I suspect it is that there was voter fraud, massive voter fraud, illegals and so on voting. And I suspect that one place where her support may have been very soft was California, because you had, of course, Senator Sanders winning that and basically having it stolen from him, and a lot of crossover votes from Sanders to Trump. So I've suspected all along that that Hillary won the popular vote is another bit of fake news. I think that the popular vote, if she did win it, that it was much softer than people have been saying. But I strongly suspect that she didn't even win that, and that they've been having to keep up that meme, you know. In the United States, Byzantra, the president is not elected by the popular vote. The president is elected by an electoral college that represents the individual states. So you can actually win the American election in the electoral college and lose the popular vote. This has happened a few times in American history. And so the left in this country has been using this to say that, well, Trump's not a legitimately elected president. And I'm saying that I strongly suspect that she didn't even win the popular vote. That's what I'm saying. Freefall, welcome to Freefall. Welcome to Freefall. Yeah, the popular vote is the actual vote, individual by individual in the country. But that's not what elects the president. What elects the president is the electors from each state. And the reason that that's there constitutionally is because if you didn't have that, basically the United States would be run by California and New York. It would be a way of disenfranchising people. If you look at the county by county maps of elections in this country, you see clearly where the strengths of the two parties are. The Democrats are basically California and big metropolitan areas like Minneapolis or Chicago or New York, that whole corridor from New York up to Boston down to Washington, D.C. So, but the rest of the country is solidly red. So it's an interesting, you know, the country is very, very badly divided because of this. But I suspect that this last election was not quite what we've been told in terms of the popular vote. When they did the recounts over here, what happened was Trump actually gained in the popular vote. So, you know, yeah, many other countries have similar safety valve arrangements. You know, thank goodness, because it would have been over in this country long ago. The progressives would have just steamrolled over the rest of the country. So anyway, 23 people in the chat room right now. And we are starting in just about an hour, guys. And I'll do my usual thing, you know, my last minute pre-chat break. And I'm probably going to make a few more cigarettes here in a few minutes, guys, just to make sure I've got enough to get me through the chat. Ramura says, I wish they had audited California. That's the one I would like to know what really happened there. Yeah, me too. Like I say, my suspicion, Ramura, is that the support for Hillary in California was a lot softer than they're letting out. You know, and they can't let that out because, you know, they've got to keep that state locked into the Democratic Party. but I suspect it was very soft there. There's a lady online on YouTube claiming voter fraud, massive voter fraud, at least at her polling station in California. So it would not surprise me. Welcome to Chime. Welcome to Chime. Anyway, check my email here one last time, guys. We're good. Check Facebook. We're good. So I'm going to finish this cigarette, make me some more. We have tons of questions, guys. Tons. Isn't voter fraud a long-standing U.S. tradition? Oh, of course, yes. Just go back to the 2000 election, which in my opinion, they basically stole the election from Al Gore to give it to George Bush. You know, and again, I have no love lost for either man. But, anyway, yeah, American politics have always been corrupt, always. And you can go all the way back to the Kennedy-Nixon election. Again, they stole the election from Nixon with vote rigging in Chicago, courtesy of the mafia. So it's got a long history. Freefall says, I gather that Guygr's questions are simple and quick. Yeah, right. We're all holding our breath for that one. Dana says, I find it incredible that there's no system to check if the person turning up is entitled and has not already voted elsewhere. Hear, hear. Hear, hear. Hear, hear. Harvey's Barnes says, Lyndon Johnson was super slimy. You think? Yeah. We all know that Lyndon Johnson got into office through some voter fraud. Do I see the real possibility of the USA breaking up? I'll tell you, I was worried about that with the Clinton presidency. I'm a little less so with Trump, but you know, the way things are going, we'll have to see. All right, guys, I'm going to make a few more cigarettes here. So, pardon me, I'm not trying to seem rude, but I've got to get my cigarette making board. You demonist, vote early and often, as the saying goes. Yes, precisely. There were rumors of that in Florida, Georgia, Pennsylvania, in and around the Philadelphia area. I strongly suspect a lot of that happened in California. So I remain unconvinced that she won the popular vote. And Trump himself, if I recall correctly, tweeted that he had won the popular vote. But it's interesting that he's not making a big issue of that now. I think he's moving on, you know, to the agenda, whatever that may prove to be. Whatever it is. Looting or reshoring or maybe both. Who knows? Anyway. I think you guys are gonna like this vid chat today. We have some really good comments, questions. Some of them are very short. Some of them are very long. So this may go a little long today, guys. Romero says the predictives were for a huge landslide for Trump. The fact that it appears so close is suspicious in itself. I don't know what predictives you're looking at. When I was watching the polls, all of them seemed to be predicting a Hillary landslide rather than a Trump landslide. The thing that I thought suspicious at that time was you were looking at, as we were watching the news, we were looking at Hillary rallies, you know, where she could get a few people. Tim Kaine had a rally, in Florida where I think something like a couple dozen people showed up, which was really embarrassing. And then you were looking at these Trump rallies that were packing these big stadiums and auditoriums. And I kept thinking, how in the name of sense can the polls be so slanted for Hillary? Well, the answer was they were slanted for Hillary. But anyway. Steve Heppel says, we are really seeing the death of the media, and I also think of Hollywood. Yeah, it's like they're committing suicide, and I can't understand that either. I really can't. I can't fathom it. So who knows, guys? It's going to be interesting. Blake Cosmos says, why is it that regardless of the election results, we will live to regret it? Hear, hear, Blake. Hear, hear. It's because, look, I really think it's because the other problem that we're facing is the centralizing tendency is now unraveling. You know, the idea of a big super state that's going to manage all of your local affairs. That's the other problem. You know, I'm kind of libertarian that way. I think the more local things are, the better off it is. Romero says my predictives were Cliff High's web bots and a real poll done by an Arizona group of veterans, where a group of veterans phoned 1,000 actual voters randomly, a third Democrat, a third Republican, a third Independent. In all 50 states, they came back with something like 76% Trump, 13% Hillary, and the rest. Wow. Wow. If that's true, Romero, then yes, I would agree with you that if that's the case, then there's something extraordinarily suspicious about the popular vote. Wow, I had not heard that at all. I had not heard that. But as far as, you know, as far as the mainstream media polls were concerned, we all knew that those were just egregiously slanted. Yeah, Ramirez says, I also base my opinion on Trump's 20 to 30,000 plus turnout 4 times a day to Hillary not being able to fill a high school stadium every couple of weeks. Yeah, that's true too. That more than anything else, Ramirez, what made me very, very suspicious of it. And they were trying, the mainstream media were trying all sorts of tricks to make it look like she was packing in those places. Blue Green says, in the United Kingdom, the technocratic thing is going full on Snoopers Charter, etc. I don't doubt it. Freefall, the popular vote is, in this country, the popular vote is the individual voter count. The electoral vote is what actually elects the president. No. In the United States, under the Constitution, each state elects the president. What people are voting for when they vote for president are for a group of electors from their state. So you actually have to win the vote in the Electoral College to become president, not the popular vote. You can actually become president and lose the popular vote because the actual vote is done state by state. Believe it or not, this is still a federal republic, not a mobocracy, a democracy. Eudemonist says, and if Homeland Security takes over running the elections, what can we expect? Well, this is what concerns me, Eudemonist, because what they just did, what Obama just did, was he handed a huge tool of power to the incoming Trump administration. And I look at that with very dubious eyes, because, you know, that is an unbelievable turn towards fascism. I say turn the voting back to the states. Federalizing the elections is just not good. Anyway, so all of this is very interesting because we have a lot of cultural focus in our questions today, and to me that's really what this last election was about. It wasn't an election so much about the candidates as about culture and ideologies. Blake Cosmos says Trump daily looks more and more like a Trojan horse, but the question is for whose agenda? Well, we've talked earlier, Blake Cosmos, about the Goldman Sachs problematic here, and there's two ways of interpreting that, and the problem is there's no middle ground with it. It's either a looting operation, more of the same, or it's a genuine reshoring operation. And the trouble is Trump has been sending out positive messages and negative messages. The positive messages have been coming out in what he's saying. The negative messages are coming out in some of the, not all, but some of the appointments that he's making. So is it a case of him holding your friends close and your enemies closer, or is it a case of I'm going to crawl in bed with these people and loot the country like what was done in the Soviet Union? That's the problem. He does have, I think he does represent, I go back to what I've said all along, that he represents a pissed off faction of the American deep state, and therefore not the old neoliberal neocon influence. But again, time will tell. This is the problem. So I've been saying I'm cautiously optimistic, but I lean more on the caution side of that statement than I lean on the optimism side. Anyway, Guygrr makes a good point. The web bots analyze linguistics, and since most people don't understand the geopolitical situation, how would linguistics actually reflect the actual situation? That's a good point. That's always been kind of my difficulty with that whole web bot analysis thing. SG Flux says, I'll take the pissed off faction of the deep state over more of the same any day. Well, I will too. You know, it was really a choice of the lesser of two evils in a major way this time. And, you know, to my mind, there's no doubt that Hillary Clinton and her machine, you know, that we've been living under, the Clinton-Bush machine, is just really bad. Ramura says the military and NSA are on the pissed off faction and the CIA on the side of the entrenched establishment side. Yeah, that's the way it's looking to me too, Ramura. That's the way it's looking to me too. All right, I've got my cigarettes made here, guys. So thank you for putting up with my usual rudeness and looking down while I've been making cigarettes. I've been so busy this week, I haven't even smoked my birthday cigar. SG Flux says it makes me wonder what the Hillary faction is plotting behind the scenes. Well, I think what that faction is doing right now is trying to shred the evidence as fast as they can. Anyway. Checking everything here again, guys. It's going to be an interesting year. SG Flux says that shredding is all they can do at the moment. They've lost so much power. I don't know. I don't think that they've lost. They've certainly been damaged, but lost it, no. I think the next 4 years are going to be very interesting in the sense that you're going to see tremendous realignments of the power structure. That's what I'm seeing. To me, it's very interesting that Trump has not dismissed his private personal security. So in other words, he knows. Nuclear is in the chat room, so welcome to Nuclear. Hang on, guys. Got to scratch my back here. Anyway. Oh, wow. This is going to be an interesting vid chat. I can tell. I can tell. It's going to be an interesting year for vid chats, guys. Let's face it. Let's face it. This is going to be an interesting year. All eyes are on France and Germany, you know. Anyway. Ramura says, I love Cliff High's woo-woo. His latest January report on Antarctica is epic. Byzantra says, will this be a power alignment with less pedophiles? One can only hope. One can only hope. That thou sayest a mouthful there, SG Flux. Let's put it that way. Oh my. It's gonna be entertaining, guys. Let's just put it that. We're on a thrill ride in an amusement park, and it's gonna be up and down, folks. It's gonna be the world's biggest roller coaster. Japan, France, Germany, the Netherlands, Indonesia. I think, you know, there's a lot of countries right now that are going to be very, very interesting to watch. Jarrett, welcome to Jarrett. Catherine 60 just said something interesting. She heard that Putin was going to Antarctica. Well, you know, that'll make an interesting addition to the list of very strange people with an interest in Antarctica. Guygrr says, speaking of the Hillary camp, did anyone else see Lavenda's commentary on Pizzagate? He basically dismissed his entire Sinister Forces trilogy by condemning the methods of the Pizzagate investigators. Yeah, I thought that was a little strange. I don't know really what to make of Pizzagate right now. I'm not dismissive, but I'm not on the bandwagon. So I don't know what to make of that either, Guygrr. I really don't. We are about 35 minutes away, guys, from our start. So brace yourselves. Brace yourselves. It's going to be fun. SG Flux says we don't need Pizzagate. We have the Franklin scandal. Well, that's, if there is anything to Pizzagate, I suspect it's all connected. You know, I've said that many times. It's all interconnected. Scorpio says, I saw an interview on Russian TV with German subtitles about how the Soviet Union planned to get rid of the USA by planting a 100 megaton bomb with a cruise ship on the bottom of the sea on the shores of the USA. The detonation would cause a tsunami of about 1,200 meters high. The planner was Sakharov and ended up in jail, but the plans for this scenario are on the table again. I've heard similar rumors. I have heard that Russia may start building bombs the size of the Tsar Bomba, you know, which you know, is a really big bomb, folks. but, oh, dear. Catherine 60 says, Lavenda has odd ideas on the Bite Show. He said he didn't believe 9/11 was an inside job. To do so would crush his faith in the government, and he couldn't handle it. That doesn't surprise me. Lavenda is a classical big government liberal, but you know, I've had no difficulty believing things like that because, you know, I was alive at the Kennedy assassination, and that's when I first, you know, woke up, so to speak. So yeah, whatever happened to Lavenda, I agree, his books still show up. Yeah, the Hiroshima bomb was about 16 kilotons. That's right. So 100 megatons is just enormous. Winston says, what about the cousins? They are neglected of late. Not neglected. I just, you know, I have to go where you guys take the questions. And we go through these cycles, you know, where the focus is on those kinds of things, and then the focus is on politics, the focus is on geopolitics, the focus is on culture. You know, there for a while we were doing constant metaphor stuff. So, you know, I just go where you guys go. Although we do have a few odd questions that kind of go in that direction this time. Yeah, the Tsar Bomba was a three-stage fission fusion fission bomb that did have a planned yield of 100 megatons. What they did was they left off the last stage, so it was actually a two-stage bomb. Yeah, the Tom DeLonge thing. Tim H says, I'm worried that Lavenda has hitched his wagon to Tom DeLonge. And I have to agree because, of course, when the emails came out, some of them were mentioning DeLonge and Podesta and so on. So I tend to think that there may be something happening behind the scenes there. Ramirez says, I've observed that of all the people I know who are willing to entertain alternative views have been JFK researchers and UFOs since the beginning. Those people who have their heads have never rolled that way are the ones who drink the Kool-Aid and believe the legacy media. Yeah, legacy media is a good term for it too. I've been using corporate controlled media versus free and independent media. I get done with this cigarette, guys. I'm going to take a little break and have a little nibble of food just so I can make it through the vid chat here. So I'm going to take a few minutes break when I finish this. And then I'll probably take another break right before we get started just to make sure everything, get my ashtray emptied and everything. Tim A says, I think Tom DeLonge was really hoping Hillary would win. Yep, that's true. That's true. It's interesting that since just prior to the election, I did not hear any more from from Tom DeLonge. I've just been sort of dropped off the radar. So who knows? There's something going on. I don't know. There always is, guys. There always is. Simon Parks suggested, says Scorpio, that the USA will be under military regime shortly. I doubt it. I doubt it. Kool-Aid is not a soft drink. It's a, in other words, it's not carbonated. It is a soft drink, but it's not carbonated. But the reference, Swedish Exile, is to Jim Jones and the Guyana tragedy, where all those people supposedly committed suicide by drinking Kool-Aid laced with cyanide. That's what the reference is to. Yeah, Tim says I was wise not to get involved with Tom DeLonge. It wasn't that I wasn't willing, Tim, but I was cautious. And in all of my dealings with him, I kept putting the ball in his court. Well, if you want me to do this, you're going to have to supply some information. And that never happened. And that's usually the way I handle approaches like that. Well, if you want me to do something, this is what I need. And it never happened. So, I've moved on. Anyway, folks, I'm going to take a little break, empty my ashtray, nibble a little food. I'll be right back. Okay, folks, I'm back. Thank you for that little break. We are going to get started here in about 20 minutes. So let me say hello to anybody that may have snuck into the room while I took that little break. Highwell, welcome to Highwell. Let us know where you're from. Highwell, that's our rule. Got to tell us what country you're in. Base R is in the chat room. Welcome to Base R. Happy New Year to all of you guys. Anyway. It's going to be a fun one today, guys. Brace yourself. Guygrr has his usual tome. And we've got a couple of things from Kelly M. Uh-oh, we just had one come in from Jarrett. So let's get this one printed off here, guys. Let me, come on, computer. Oh, wouldn't you know, today is another one of those slow computer days. All right, here we go. So this one just came in from Jarrett. Okay, let me look at this. Oh yeah, wow, that's a good one. Oh boy, that's a good one. I don't even know if Jarrett's in the chat room, but it's short, but it's a zinger. Oh wow. Leon RB44, so we're all over the globe. So we're going to get started here in about 20 minutes, guys. Lots of good questions. A lot of them are very short. Thank you. And a lot of them can even be answered shortly, but there's some zingers too here, guys. It is a good stack. I think we're going to go a little long. SG Flux, it looks to be about 40 pages. But like I said, some of them are short, some of them are long. So once we get started, I suspect we're going to go about 3.5 hours, possibly 4, just depending on how long I answer. Some I can answer very quickly. Catherine60 says, I think Lavenda's connected to intelligence, not just a free agent or researcher. I've had the same suspicions. And let's see, welcome to DHAR3 from Southern California. It's actually raining in California. I can't believe it. I moved back to be part of a place in the country that has regular monsoon seasons, you know, and I love rain. Scorpio says, let's make it 10 hours. Oh, thanks. Hey, it won't work because this thing won't record that long. So I don't think my voice would hold up for 10 hours, to be quite frank with you. Anyway, I'm showing we have 25 people in the chat room. Maybe everybody else is asleep today, guys. I'm going to refresh my window here. Mate says, feel free to skip my question if the language used is too fuzzy. I wrote up my questions in a hurry. Well, listen, I have to come up with responses to the questions on the fly, so don't worry about it. That's what we're here for. Brainstorm. It's a mutual brainstorming question. It's a mutual brainstorming. What to say? It's a kind of a mutual brainstorming forum, I guess. No correct answers, just lots of ideas to toss around. Now on YouTube, I'm showing 39 viewers right now. And then we've got 32 in the chat room, so we're at about, if assuming there's no overlap. I think we've actually broken records, though. I think our actual chat room is up around 60 right now. Billy Shears, welcome to Billy Shears in the chat room, and Jarrett is in the chat room. Welcome. Whoa, what did I do? My technical incompetence is on parade again here, guys. But Freefall is asking me, can I address this Mandela thing? I have been planning to do a webinar on it. The problem, guys, in fact, I've got a couple webinars I've been working on. I wanted to have them out last year, but they take a lot of time. They take almost as much research as doing a book. And the problem now is the press of website stuff is taking more and more of my time. But I have wanted to do something on the Mandela effect because I think there's a lot of misperception of it out there. How it got started and what it's evolved into are two different things. Ramura says Radiohead is watching on YouTube, but not in the chat room. Join us in the chat room, Radiohead. Anyway, it's a phenomenon that, I think is real, but I don't think a lot of what is being attributed to it is real. Tab Key is in the chat room. Welcome. How many books do I have? Oh, Billy Shears, I'm so glad you asked that question. Billy Shears is asking in the chat room, how many books do I have planned for 2017? Well, I'll tell you. I have been researching 2 books for the last, say, 2 to 3 months. The problem is, again, getting the time, a block of time to sit down and read books. You wouldn't believe the pile of books in my living room, in my kitchen, in my bedroom for these books. And my plan, Billy, was to have 2 books out this year. But as I'm researching these subjects, I'm finding that I may have bitten off more than I can chew. So I'm wondering if I will have any books out this year. I haven't made up my mind yet. I'm going to try to have at least 1 out. Let's put it that way. But exactly when, I was planning to have 1 out by April, and now it's looking like it may be toward the end of the summer, if then. The 2 subjects of the books, again, I can't tell you what they are. But I've been wanting to do one of these books for a long time. The problem is it's just such an enormous task, and I'm so worn out. So we'll see. This is going to be an interesting year in terms of what I'm able to produce for a lot of reasons. But again, I do have webinars that I've started that I haven't been able to finish. One of them is about the Mandela effect, and that one's been in the back of my mind. I have a whole list of webinars, and it's just, that's the problem. It's just getting the time, the blocks of time I need, because the website's taking, I'll be honest, folks, the website's taking up more and more time. So anyway, if that virtual organ comes through, I'm going to have to redo my schedule so I have blocks of time to practice. I want to get back to where I used to be and then beyond it. So do I expect lengthy books? The way it's looking now, yes. My biggest problem right now, Billy, is trying to decide how to keep all the material I'm finding manageable, and in some cases I'm finding very interesting material, but not exactly what I was hoping to find. That's the other thing. So like I say, the other thing is I haven't figured out which book that I'm doing should come first. Because I'm finding out the more I get into both of them, they're related. So I'm trying to figure out how do I put the dots in from one book to the other, and which one should come first. That's the other problem. One book will have a part of a webinar in it that's already up in the chat room, in the members area, but I've found more material. The problem is, how am I going to work with this? That's the problem. Are we going to see you giving a concert at the Vienna Opera House? No. Probably not. Folks, you have no idea where I used to be in terms of musicianship and where I'm at now. It's really rather frightening. It's actually something that I'm not terribly proud of, that I let that slide for so very long. Are there any books I'd like to write that aren't necessarily alternative in their content? No, I can't imagine. I can't imagine not writing a book from an alternative perspective. Can I hint where the general field in the books will place? Metaphor and ancient stuff. Let's put it that way. That's as much of a hint as I can give you. That's as much of a hint as I can give you. But you know, I like the alternative perspective. I can't sit down and think of writing a straight book, you know, whatever that is. Anyway, essays. I'm a horrible essayist. You know, about the only straight book that I can think I would write would be, what would I do if I were dictator? Eudemus says, I posted a piece in the forums that I used to play. Yes, that's the Prelude and Fugue in D major, Johann Sebastian Bach. Bach-Werke für Zeichnis number 532. It's a piece that every organist, you know, it's like learning a Chopin piano etude. Every organist has to learn that piece. And it's a difficult piece. No two ways about it. It is a difficult piece. And I did used to play it, believe it or not, at about the tempo that you see, a little faster. I like things up tempo. The guy that I posted on the forum, Eudemonist, in my opinion, misses a lot of opportunities for manual changes and so on and so forth. It's an adequate interpretation and it's adequate technique, but you know, that's a flashy piece and it should be played that way. No pot boiling crime fiction. Sorry, I'll leave that to Walter. He's got a knack for it. You don't want to read my fiction. It's bad. Dr. Farrell would jail Soros if I were king. Oh, yeah, pretty fast too. Home renovations and 10 quick dinners for folks on the run. Yes. Have I ever wanted to write fiction? Yeah, I have. I did a novel in grad school that I never published. The first part of it's up on Lulu. I need to go in and clean all the typos up. It's a historical novel. Anyway, so we'll see. We're going to start here in about nine minutes, guys. So as you can tell, I'm having my last pre-chat cigarette. Primal Murmur in the chat room. Welcome to Primal Murmur. Dana says we need more cosmic war analysis. Well, if I can get these books written, you're going to have it. But the problem is, Dana, you know, like I said, I've got so many books I've got to read and very little time to read them. And the subject matter I'm finding is just, it's so huge. Guygrr says, I'd like a Cosmic War Part 2. Well, you've been getting lots of Part 2s, but like I said, there's going to be, these books are going to have an ancient focus. So anyway, it's going to be, if I'm lucky, folks, let's put it this way, I might be able to get one of these books done in the next 7 months. And like, you know, every time I sit down to write a book, the hardest part of writing a book, and I literally will think about it for weeks, is how to start it, how to kick it off in exactly the right way, and that's the problem. Amy B, welcome to Amy B. Let us know what country you're in, Amy B. Primal Murmur, I think they're within a couple $1,000s actually of phase 1. Mate 87 says, I have the first 3 chapters of your dictator book. Chapter 1, modern art, gone. Chapter 2, college sports, gone. Chapter 3, finance capitalism, gone. Yeah, pretty much. It's going to be a short book, mate, and you've guessed it. Yeah, you've guessed it. Yes, and radio shows must have an equal balance of rock and classical music for their bumper music. You know, all sorts of absurd stuff. Ramiro says, I rather like the image of a crowd with pitchforks, tar, and feathers chasing Soros down. I've had that fantasy, Ramiro. Believe it or not. Ah, wow. Amy B says she's in the US of A, Omaha, Nebraska, close to my old hometown, Sioux Falls. Been through Omaha many, many times. A nice town. Becky Sue's in the chat room. Welcome to Becky Sue. So, folks, finishing up this cigarette, then I'm going to start. I Love Sushi in the chat room. Welcome to I Love Sushi, US of A. I Love Sushi is an old regular here, folks. Been with us almost since the very beginning. So, welcome to I Love Sushi. She's she's out in my grandparents, my maternal grandparents' old stomping grounds. All right. Cigarette is almost smoked here, guys. Going to make one final check here of my email. Interesting. Okay, interesting emails here, guys. I'll have to look at those later. The beginning of the actual formal chat here, Catherine 60, is going to be in just about 4 minutes. So 47 people on the chat. Oh, you know, let's just get started. Let's postpone it no longer here, guys. So there we are. There's the doff of the hat, everybody, to kick off the first Vidchat of 2017. So let's say hello to everybody in the chat room with us right now. We have Dan Pohl, Ramura, SG Flux, Catherine 60 in Canada, I Love Sushi, Harvey's Barn, Chime, Tim H in Australia, Freefall, Guygrr, Mate 87 joins us all the way from Estonia, Primal Murmur, I think down in New Zealand, Blue Green, Winston 1984. Dana is joining us in Italy. Jarrett, Scorpio 58 in Norway. Swedish exile in Hungary, obviously in Hungary. We're counting you as Sweden and Hungary. Nuclear, Byzantra is joining us in Belgium. Shudag, Steve Heppel, TSC in Norway. RB44, Tab Key. Dimitris is joining us in Greece. Highwell, Base R, Roderick Moore, Becky Sue, Argentum, Dhar 3, Amy B, Blake Cosmos, Billy Shears. So a very, very international audience. We're glad to have Italy and Greece back with us. Always glad to have our friends in Estonia and Belgium, Norway. I think we have Katie B was in here in the chat room in the United Kingdom. So we're spread out all over the world again, folks. So let's kick it off. This one from Lormus, and if I am understanding his question correctly, I think this is one of those easy to answer questions. He says, in our calendar, the 2 months of October and December are the 10th and 12th months, yet the October and December remind me of the numbers 8 and 10. Would it be correct to think of this as an inconsistency? No, that's exactly what they are. And if so, in which calendar were October and December the 8th and 10th months? That's a good question, and I don't know. I don't know if there was ever a calendar where those were the 8th and the 10th months. However, October, as you know, is the new year in the Hebrew calendar. So calendars are interesting. It's not a topic or a subject I know that much about, Lormus. I'm sorry I can't answer that beyond that. So with that in mind, let's go to Jarrett. And Jarrett gets the first doff of the hat of the day and of the new year, by the way. This one goes out to Jarrett. Listen to this question, guys. This is a juicy one. It's short, but it's got some juice and some electricity. Here we go. He says, could the stimulus response philosophy in education be a giveaway of the esoteric agenda of alchemical transhumanism that is currently being pushed on the global population? What is living but has only a consciousness level of stimulus response? Answer, insects. Could we be seeing the agenda of working backwards up the Hermetic view of life evolution? I hope I'm making some sense. Oh boy. Yeah, you're making a lot of sense, Jarrett, and I'll tell you why. The stimulus response method of education is precisely the response that was imported into American education and then has been exported from America elsewhere in the West. And of course, the key to the stimulus response method of education is what? Well, it's the standardized test. Here's the stimulus, you respond. Here are the selected answers we choose for you to select from, okay? So in a certain sense, yeah, that's reducing you to the status of an insect. And the key here, Jarrett, is to understand you're seeing an esoteric connection here, right? And you're absolutely right. It is. Because if you look at Masonic doctrine, particularly in the higher degrees, I'm not talking about the Blue Lodges, the first 3 degrees, I'm talking about the higher degrees like the York Rite, the Scottish Rite, Royal Arch, and so on, okay? If you look at those degrees, the symbol of the beehive, the hive, is one of their key symbols for their political doctrine. So in other words, the hive becomes the equivalent in a certain sense of the pyramid, because the goal is to produce a society in Masonic lore where the rough ashlar, which represents humanity in its unenlightened state, is polished, dressed, and smoothed to become a proper Masonic construction. So in other words, it's to fit everybody into a hive-like mentality in some of the applications of this doctrine. So yes, there is an esoteric connection. This was the goal of the progressivist educators. Think of John D. Rockefeller, who said, I don't need people that can think, I need people that can work. So in other words, the other part of the flip side of that esoteric goal is not simply to make people worker bees. It's to make them worker bees for precisely the reason of creating consumers for the consumerist society that they wanted to build, the instant gratification of passions and so on, and to put into place also a finance capital dominated type of society. So yes, this is hugely interconnected. I've got to doff my hat for that one, for seeing that esoteric connection. You are absolutely, in my opinion, you're absolutely right on the money with that one. Absolutely. All right. So that was the first off of 2017. So now let's turn to Kelly M. And she just sent me, she sent several. So this is going to be the first bit of Kelly M. We have some more coming up later, but she sent me a set of observations that are kind of a little theme in today's Vidchat, okay? You're going to get to some of the rest of this theme later on, all right? But this is an underlying theme. She says, this is Vidchatable if you like. I have reread the last chapter in SS Brotherhood of the Bell, and I've thought for a very long time that there was something behind the German Weltherrschaftslust, or the German lust for world domination. The post-war intelligence framework is deeply and historically related to what's happening now. Absolutely it is. A few names come to mind. General Galen, the Dulles brothers, and Sullivan and Cromwell. Secondly, President Kennedy and the space thing, plus the Kennedy fake bearer bonds. And thirdly, listen to this one, folks, because this one, you guys are in sync again, because Kelly's thinking along the same lines that we're going to find out later Guygrr is thinking on. Okay, here we go. The third one is UFOs, Walter Bosley, and the Trump family. And then she goes on to say, what if the showdown right now before our eyes, crawling onto the edge of the leaf attached to the twig, is not between the CIA neocon nationalists, but rather between the Bosley 1903 people and NIMSA? What if the alliance between the Dulles brothers and the German deep state was an alliance with the greater NIMSA Reich, if you want to put it that way? And I would entertain that, because I've always said there's this corporate American finance capital fascism version of this that we see enshrined, in my opinion, in people like Soros, Hillary, the Bush family, and the actual European fascist wing of this, which, of course, were epitomized by Mussolini and Hitler. So I think you're onto something. It explains a lot, she goes on, a lot in terms of the spiritual models and subsequent behaviors like Paperclip, MK Ultra, Project Blue Book, the Kennedy assassination, the 1960s Machiavellian cultural overflow. Now, if you don't know what she's referring to there, if you do a little research, you go back to the 1960s in this country when you had that explosion of countercultural movements. You know, think of Woodstock, think of the hippies, and all of that. If you go back and research that, you'll discover that the Rockefeller Foundation was involved in funding some of those groups to drive a cultural revolution into, let's just say, cultural expressions of progressivism, okay? So definitely that's a part of it. The GMOs, vaccines, and the NIMSA breakaway now colliding with the 1903 people, the good guys that Bosley talks about. I'm not sure how all of this plays with the third level of 9/11, but I'm growing quite confident of this. All the crazies are clearly behaving like NIMSIs. All right. Now, I agree. if you look at what's happening, Kelly, I think what's so very peculiar for people to wrap their head around is that you see this very weird alignment between the political left and fascism. Okay, that's to me what I see. Everybody's saying, look at the fascism of Trump. I'm saying, look at the fascism of the left, because that has been there for a long time, and it's something that people have difficulty wrapping their head around, because fascism is supposed to be on the right. But I want to point out to you, Kelly, and for the rest of you that are thinking about this very strange political culture that we now live in, go out and get a book, and I forget what the exact title is. It's something to the effect of Fascism and the Rise of the Left, or something like this. And the book is a very good review of the rise of fascism under Benito Mussolini, and how the left, particularly in America, pandered to Mussolini. Okay? And it's a very, very interesting, well laid out, documented case that the left, rather than the right, has been the political group more inclined to excuse fascism and its excesses. So it's a very, very interesting realignment that we are seeing take place. Now, that said, Kelly, I have reservations, as I've been saying all along, about Mr. Trump. And the reservations go precisely to not just his personality, but I think if you look at some of his appointments, he's sending out mixed messages in his appointments. And that's what concerns me. He's got a lot of Goldman Sachs type people hovering around him, all right? And my problem with that is it's very difficult to interpret what he's going to do. Is this a genuine machine to put together to reshore money into the country, or is this a looting operation? And it could be one of the two. There's very little middle ground here. So, I'm encouraged on the one hand by some of the messages that he's sending, but I'm discouraged on the other hand from some of the people that he's surrounded himself with. So I've been saying I'm cautiously optimistic, but I'm more on the caution side than I am on the optimism side of that statement. Okay? Excellent observations. I want you all to tuck the statements that she makes there in the back of your mind, because we're going to be revisiting them after some more cultural stuff that I think are very important to get the cultural stuff in the background before we continue on with what Guygrr says about the same thing later on. Okay? Now, this one is from Xenophon in Germany. I don't think Xenophon, let me look here at the list. I don't think Xenophon is with us in the chat room right now, but this one is going out to Xenophon in Germany. He says this, quote, "Because of the expanding knowledge that is available beyond academically taught physics, I have become open to the study of energies involved in Tai Chi. My first lesson starts soon. In this art, body movements are said to result in the awareness and drawing out of actual physical energy. The teacher admires the whirling dervishes whose group dancing results in some sort of expanded consciousness. I've not had enough contact with the teacher to discuss this, so it would be interesting to see what you think, since your studies are extensive in consciousness and physics. Please offer your comments on what you think is happening in terms of consciousness, physics, and the whirling dervishes as they dance. Could this be vortex physics?" All right. Now, Xenophon, my first response at the surface level is that the dervishes are invoking a physiological response, because we've all had the experience as children when we're spinning around and making ourselves dizzy, that it does something to the mind, to the brain, and that's purely physiological. The dervishes, you have to remember, would do this not just for a few minutes, but for hours. They would just spin, okay, and spin very fast. Now, I don't know enough about Islamic esoteric practice, but I do think that at the surface level, that is going to produce a physiological effect on the mind that may, as they claimed it did, open themselves up, open or expand their consciousness in some way. The real question is, does that have a physics effect? All right, now here I'm going to speculate wildly, Xenophon. If you look at literature dealing with the Soviet Union's research into psychic phenomena, most people don't realize that the Soviet Union did extensive research into those phenomena. And when you start reading about it and find out the sheer extent of what they were actually doing, one thing that hits you right between the eyes over and over again is that in this supposedly officially atheistic materialist society, that you would have scientists that were pursuing this stuff and realizing that there is a consciousness aspect to physics that could influence physical things, and vice versa, that certain physical states could actually train people, if I can use that word, to use or enhance psychic abilities. All right. One of the things that the Soviets would do, they would do things precisely like that. They would put people in different physical circumstances and measure, through EEG techniques and everything else. They would take extensive measurements of what was happening to the local physical, what they would call field environment or information in the field, and so on and so forth. They did extensive research into this. Now, that said, I don't know of any experiments that they did where they were looking at people, literally spinning themselves for so long that it was inducing these heightened states of consciousness. I would be very hard pressed to say that there wasn't some sort of effect. Otherwise, people wouldn't have been doing it for so long, way back then, in the Islamic world, during that period in Islamic history where you had this explosion of philosophical and esoteric speculation and practice. I would be very, very surprised to see them doing this for no reason whatsoever. So there, to my way of thinking, there had to have been something to it. It's just that I don't know that anybody has sat down to study the phenomenon scientifically. But if you're going to find a place where they would have done so, it was probably in the Soviet Union. All right. In my opinion, Xenophon, they were, in this respect, they were decades ahead of the West in terms of their research into psi phenomena. And since the collapse of the Soviet Union, a lot more information has come out about the extent of that research. It's actually mind-boggling how much research they actually did, even under Stalin. So, this has been going on in Russia for a very, very long time. So that, if you're wanting more information, that's where I would point you to look. All right. Now, this one is from Jade. And again, I don't know if Jade is in the chat room. This is another short question, but it's so short and it's on a huge subject. So listen carefully. Jade asks, quote, was Yugoslavia a test run for what the European Union has planned for the European continent? If an ethnic civil war broke out across Europe, which I view as an absolute inevitability, whether they close the borders or not, due to the birth rate trends, would NATO or this new EU army turn against its own founding population, a la the Soviet Union? And that's a great question. And Jade, let me give you the scenario that I've maintained for quite some time regarding this current refugee crisis in Europe. And I began to think this way back around 2008 to 2010 when we started seeing this happening in Europe. Um, let's take, first of all, the issue of Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia is a creation of the Treaty of Versailles, all right? It is one of those countries, like Czechoslovakia, that was created in the aftermath of the collapse of the Austro-Hungarian Empire to create countries big enough and strong enough out of a mixture of various ethnic groups that would stand as a geopolitical counterpoise to the power of Germany in Central Europe. Remember, during World War I, Austria-Hungary was a world power. It was the other balancing power to German power in Europe. And of course, when Austria-Hungary fell apart at the end of World War I, the Allies in the Treaty of Versailles and in the Treaty of Trianon with Austria-Hungary effectively created nations which didn't really exist. There's no such thing as a Yugoslavian. There are Serbs, there are Croats, and so on and so forth that were all part of Yugoslavia. What happened with Yugoslavia was, of course, it was cracked up, and in my opinion, cracked up very intentionally by West Germany under Chancellor Kohl's government, with the sort of nodding approval at the time of Washington, D.C., the first Bush administration and then the early Clinton administration. And they used it to create ethnic tensions that were always there inside of Yugoslavia, that were always there in Austria-Hungary, between Croats, Serbs, some Albanians, all of this stuff. And what it did was it cracked the country apart. And what was the result of that? It made Germany's position in Central Europe all that much stronger. And the same thing was done largely under the aegis of the Kohl government. After the German reunification, the same thing was done to Czechoslovakia. They cracked apart Slovakia and Bohemia. And again, that made the German ability to dominate both countries separately much, much easier, all right? And you saw them do that with Czechoslovakia prior to World War II. The Germans occupied Bohemia, Moravia, and then created a rump state in Slovakia that was basically a German puppet, all right? So you see them doing more or less what was done prior to World War II. So now getting to your question, could Yugoslavia have been a test run for the EU? My scenario has always been, Jade, and I really haven't deviated from this position, although at times I've questioned it. If you look at the European Union, what you in effect have is a blow-by-blow, detail-by-detail replication of the plan for precisely such a federated superstate in Europe that was concocted by the Nazis and I.G. Farben in 1942, all right? And the way that, if you look at the plan, the way that the plan was going to come about was the first thing they were going to do was they were going to create a currency coupling mechanism and couple all the currencies of the continental European nations to an exchange fluctuation mechanism against the Reichsmark, all right? So in other words, the Reichsmark was the center of this exchange mechanism. The Madrid Circular, as down under ET just posted in the chat room. Now that mechanism we saw emerge within the European Economic Community when Holland, Denmark, and Austria coupled the guilder, the krona, and the shilling to the German D-mark in precisely such an exchange fluctuation rate mechanism. And the basis of that mechanism is if those national currencies began to trade against the D-mark outside of prescribed margins. the Bundesbank, the German central bank, would step in and either buy or sell those currencies and keep them within that fluctuation rate against the Deutschmark. All right. The key change came when France joined that scheme, because what that meant at that point was the franc was coupled against the D-mark within certain fluctuation rates, and the Bundesbank would have to come in and bail out or tinker with the French exchange rates. That mechanism quickly failed because the French government was passing policies, particularly under Mitterrand, that were putting the pressure on the D-mark, and the Germans simply said that, we can't do this anymore. And basically what happened was, out of that, you created the EU. And when that happened, detail by detail, blow by blow, again, you saw the implementation of that Farben Nazi plan in 1942 to create a regulatory bureaucracy outside of the jurisdiction of the national parliaments of the EU, that by treaty had regulatory control over the trade policy of the EU. So in effect, what you created was a mechanism for Germany to dominate the rest of Europe. All right. So this goes back to Yugoslavia. What is going on? I've been maintaining all along that the problem that the European Union has is you've got a super state without any culture. It has no cultural identity. You've got German culture, you've got French culture, you've got Italian culture, but Europe itself doesn't have a cultural identity. So what do you need to do to create that allegiance culturally to the superstate in Brussels? Well, you bring in a culture that is so completely foreign, namely Islam, to the very three pillars of European culture, Judaism, Christianity, and humanism. You bring in a culture that is so foreign to Europe that you're creating a backlash against it. And now you start seeing Europeans realizing that, hey, we've got a culture to protect here. Okay, you see what's going on? So it's looked to me all along like this was a deliberate ploy to create a cultural identity in Europe. Now, I'm not saying, please don't misunderstand me, Jade, I'm not saying that Jean-Claude Juncker and Van Rompuy and Martin Schmidt and all of these bureaucrats in Brussels don't really want to have their multicultural paradise. In other words, there are true believers that think that's the way to go. What I'm telling you is I don't think they're the ones at the deepest level that are really calling the shots. I think to a certain extent, the backlash that you see in Europe right now against all of this is precisely something that was planned for. All right. So this is why I think you have to watch. Merkel herself, and more importantly, the people in her government, because again, I'm pointing out that you need to watch the German Vice Chancellor, Sigmar Gabriel is his name, all right, and watch what he's been saying very carefully, because now you're seeing a major politician in a major European power in a major European political party start saying that the austerity program is wrong, the multicultural experiment is wrong, we need to go a different way. And the pressure in Eastern Europe to change all of this policy is growing as well. So if the European Union cracks, the only thing that is going to result is that Germany's position in Europe will simply remain unchanged. It will still be the leading economic power in Europe and probably become the leading military power in Europe. The Germans themselves have been raised to look at the EU in a very favorable way, because to them it represents a way of keeping the peace, and you can't blame them because they fought 2 world wars, they lost both of them. So for them, this is a way of keeping their position in Europe without having to resort to to military measures. So I think if the European Union cracks up and they try a Yugoslavia, the only thing it does is it puts Germany in an even more powerful position. So I don't think the rest of Europe is going to go along with that, but I do think that you're looking at a very, very carefully plotted out culture game being played in Europe. Merkel, Jean-Claude Juncker, and all these people are deep players, but they're not the deepest players. That's what I'm saying. Hope that makes sense. All right, let's move on to Dana in Italy. And again, we're dealing with these questions of culture and politics, and this one's very important. I want you to listen to very, very carefully. All right. Nuclear says Sarkozy is being run as an alternative to Le Pen. Sarkozy lost his bid in the French Republican Party primaries. He did not poll well at all, so I would be very surprised if there's even a chance for him to come back. They have to find somebody, and I don't think the French voters are going to be fooled. If Marine Le Pen does not get in the Elysee, I think she's going to have a strong enough showing in the French National Assembly to be a real problem. Okay, here we go with Dana. He says, "Hi, Joseph. In the first half of the Solari interview, you discussed a new coming together of European cultures with a new piece of Westphalia. It is obvious that Western Europe and even the United States has more in common with Eastern Europe and Russia than with those favorite allies of the neocons, ranging from the Saudis and Israelis to a Pakistan and variety of client states kept in line by the dollar carrot and the military stick." And I'm going to doff my hat again right there to Dana, because you've put it very succinctly. The realignment, if there is one, and you know, time is going to tell, but the way it's looking now is that yes, we're seeing a realignment, and we're seeing a realignment on cultural lines. Okay, I think you're absolutely correct. I think that's what has the neocon globalist multicultural abstract agenda so panicked, because their kind of multiculturalism and the kind of multiculturalism that is rooted in the genuine pillars of Western civilization, those are two different things. Theirs is very abstract and artificial. The cultural one is a legitimate one because it's grounded in institutions that have evolved over millennia, all right, over the centuries. Continuing. The writing is on the wall for the current Cold War 2.0 and the military-industrial complex it serves. This brings us to the German enigma. Germany will obviously continue to play its role as European hegemon, whatever changes take place. Agreed, totally agreed. Whatever changes take place in the European Union and the Euro. I read somewhere that Germany's problem is that in the past decades, they have so closely identified their own national interest with the centralizing process in Brussels. Again, doff my hat. That is absolutely true. It is impossible without the consent of Berlin. Also true. Because, again, folks, the structure of the European Union is almost point by point what that Nazi plan laid out by I.G. Farben and the Reichsbank in 1942 was, all right? They do not yet have a clear idea of how to proceed when this centralization comes to a halt, as inevitably it must. I'd like to hear your take on the identity of the various German power factions and the directions they are likely to take. For example, is there a Nazi international component at work in the German industrial complex? And all of my research, Dana, tells me that there is, but identifying the actual personnel, the actual individuals that are connected to it is very, very difficult, okay? Is it concerned with or indifferent to the social cohesion of the German Heimat or homeland? What is the role of what we could call the conservative bloc that up to recently accepted Merkel's grand coalition? but is dismayed by the migrant-driven social engineering and who might represent this moderate position. And finally, Germany's position of influence in the Central and Eastern European countries. Will enhanced cooperation with Russia and the probable consequent return of peace to the Ukraine open up an unprecedented phase of prosperity, or will they try to maintain the current homeland-centered approach, with Germany providing massive employment to workers from the Baltic states, Poland, and so on, a situation which, as some would say, is to the detriment of the local economies of those countries? A model that is too much like the great economic space proposed in the 1940s, and he's referring there precisely to that Nazi plan. And finally, where does this leave the undoubtedly rich cultural contribution that Germany could make beyond mere trade agreements? All right, now, those are great questions, Dana. The elements of the German deep state right now, I would list as perhaps 4 to 5. And some of those elements are the components of the German deep state that have been in place ever since the founding of the German Empire in 1871 at the end of the Franco-Prussian War. And those elements are the big German banks and the big German corporations, all right? What's interesting in Germany is if you look at the German economic financial structure, Germany, up until very recently in its history, has always been about equity capital. And remember, Catherine Fitz has been stressing this, we've been stressing this in our interviews, the difference between finance capital, where you're making money off of financial transactions themselves, rather than producing anything, okay? In Germany, it was almost the other way around. When you saw the German Empire being founded, you found the big German banks deeply involved in equity capital and building this enormous industrial plant. You know, by the beginning of World War I, the second largest in the world after the United States, on a population base that was smaller and on a natural resource base that was much, much smaller than the United States, and producing more steel than the United States. So in other words, you had this gigantic industrial plant. The consequences of that for the German deep state was that you always had, in their military planning, in their strategic planning, you always had this preponderant influence of German heavy industry and the German chemicals industry in the German government itself. And that has not changed. All right? That has not changed. If you look at Germany, it's almost unique amongst Western powers in that they kept their heavy industry, their heavy tool and die industry in that country. They didn't ship it off to India. They didn't ship it off to China. They kept it in their country. And, you know, they're going to keep it in their country. This is just German thinking. You know, we've got to produce something. This is part of their Protestant work ethic. So that's one part of the German deep state. The other part of the German deep state has always been the lender politicians and the political parties, the Christian Democrats, the Social Democrats, and so on. And remember, throughout their history, both of the big political parties in Germany have always had a strong presence of bankers and corporations in the mix, all right? And you see this now being reflected in the statements of the Vice Chancellor, Sigmar Gabriel. I've got, again, I want to direct you to the blogs coming up next week about Herr Gabriel and what he's been saying, because I think what you're hearing is the direction that Germany's going to take, all right? And we've been hearing clues from the German political leadership, Frank-Walter Steinmeier, back when he was the foreign minister, you know, giving that speech to German industrialists that German foreign policy is going to have to become much more independent and militaristic on the world stage, okay? Well, why? I think in part it's because Germany is tired of being under the thumb of Washington. And on the other hand, I think it's an absolute necessity for them in their thinking, because they have to patch things up with Russia and China. Their economy cannot expand by being subservient to Washington. This is why I think you see the Germans also talking about, regardless of what happens, regardless if we get our European army or not, we're tripling the size of the German military by within 10 years, I think was their goal. So, you know, they're creating an enormous military for a very small country, all right? So all of this to me presages or indicates that regardless of where you are politically in Germany, Christian Democrat, Social Democrat, that you're going to see over the next 10 to 20 years, you're going to see Germany becoming a much more independent, much less Washington subservient country, all right? So the factions here that I think you need to look at are the German banks, but much more importantly and crucially, the German manufacturing corporations, the chemicals companies, the auto manufacturers, the German armaments manufacturers, and so on. These are the countries I think that you're looking, or the factions that you have to look at, and look at very, very carefully. Keep an eye on the maneuverings of ThyssenKrupp in Germany. Keep an eye on Rheinmetall defense systems in Germany, and who they're aligned with politically. I am going to bet you're going to see them aligning very subtly and carefully and quietly with Herr Gabriel and the Social Democrats in this upcoming election. All right, now, the Eastern European question here, I think, is something that, and the cultural question that we see now, that is behind the rise of Marine Le Pen in France, Geert Wilders in the Netherlands, the Alternative for Deutschland party in Germany. If you look at those parties and what they're saying, they're sounding a lot like what Herr Gabriel is saying, that we have to make our economies work for our own people, all right? And if you look at Eastern Europe, I fully expect that what the Germans will do is they will gradually turn off the spigot of immigration from Muslim countries and open up the spigot, so to speak, to the Eastern European countries that want to come into Germany as workers, all right? This is going to put, as you say, it's going to put a bind on those economies. The other thing, and I'm going to crawl way out onto the twig here, Dana. The other thing that I think you're going to see is quietly the European nations are going to look at what Russia did after the collapse of the Soviet Union and enact similar policies. If you look at the Soviet Union and the demographics of the populations of the Soviet Union prior to its collapse, and looked at the demographic trends that were in the Soviet Union from the 1960s all the way up through Gorbachev, it revealed a very interesting picture, and that picture alone told certain analysts that the Soviet Union was headed for collapse. And the reason why is the birth rate of the great Russian population, in other words, actual Russians inside the Soviet Union, was declining, while the birth rate of Belarusians, Ukrainians, and non-Russian populations, period, began to rise. So in other words, you had a communist minority that was putting into place policies, you know, open, free abortion and everything else, that was actually serving to decline the power base that the Communist Party was based on. So after the Soviet Union collapses, beginning with Yeltsin and then really kicked off under Putin, you had that whole policy changed. There are now tax breaks, in other words, for Russians having Russian children. Get the idea? So in other words, I think you're going to see those countries that have turned toward immigration to make up their labor productivity slack, they're going to turn to similar policies. The other component of this is technology is changing so fast, and we're going to get to this later with Tony M. Technology is changing so fast that actual labor productivity jobs are going to decline dramatically. So you're not going to need that huge population base, okay? So you're now going to be confronted with surplus population, and what do you do to make them productive and not be a drain on the welfare rolls? And I'm going to talk about that later on. But guess what? The answer is culture. In other words, the answer is soft productivity rather than how many tons of steel are you producing, how many cars are you producing, and so on and so forth. It's in an area that economists call human productivity rather than labor productivity. So the thing to watch, I think, in Europe is how the governments now must, there's just no two ways about it, must change their social policy. Regardless of what happens in Europe, Germany is going to still remain the hegemon in Europe, like it or not. Gabriel is hinting at policies that could keep the EU together if he can get the electorate in Germany to go along with it, and if he can reassure the Marine Le Pens and the Geert Wilders and the Viktor Orbáns that he understands and will enact policies and walk the walk and not talk the talk. All right. Hope that's making sense. All right. This one is from Steve Heppel. And he says, I have an observation tonight. I've been noticing all of these mass shootings, the most recent one in Florida. It appears to me that some, if not most of them, are planned and not random. And I agree. I think they are planned. And I'll save that comment for a moment. Could it be that these mass shootings and assassinations, like the recent one in Turkey, are something like the Fame? And folks, the Fame is spelled V-E-H-M. It's a German word, which was the Star Court, the Star Chamber Court of the old Holy Roman Empire. People would be tried in secret and found guilty, and the Fame would go out and execute them. All right. It just hit me this week that all the shootings may be false flags, so it also goes deeper than that. There has been a long-range destabilization of America, both economically and socially, and much more important, culturally. Okay, culture is what holds us together, folks. People can't talk to each other, and people don't trust each other anymore. If you look at the vitriolic behavior of the presidential campaign, to the clear infighting of the intelligence agencies in the news, race relations, and the relations between the sexes. It really looks like destabilization to me, and the shootings play a big part. What are your thoughts? Yes, I agree that the shootings are part of the destabilization. I agree that crimes are being perpetrated. Look at the beating of the young mentally retarded man in Chicago by a group of 4 or 5 thugs in Chicago, and this was all supposedly an anti-Trump demonstration. I think a lot of these things are orchestrated, and I'll tell you, Steve, that my suspicion is that there is some mind manipulation technique or technology going on here, and that these things are being put on the news to shock people and put them into a state of passivity. I don't think they're going to work, because ultimately I think there's a factor, and I want you to kind of tuck this in your mind, Steve, for some of my comments coming up later in some of these questions. But there is a social, cultural, technological factor at work that, regardless of what the people doing such things may want, is ultimately going to, I think, destabilize their power base. And it all goes back to this issue of human versus labor productivity. All right? There's something happening that goes beyond mere politics that is going to dramatically change society and the nature of the power structures of governance in it. All right. The key central issue is culture. And I know that you all are probably sick and tired of hearing me say this, but it is the key component that's coming up. If you look at things in a certain way, this last election was not an election, it was a referendum. And Trump certainly picked up on that, that this was a referendum between ideological cultural viewpoints, globalism versus nationalism, and so on and so forth. He certainly picked up on it. He certainly used the rhetoric. Whether he delivers or not is beside the point, because he was saying things that people are thinking. That's the key point. It was a referendum on that. It was a referendum on big corporate narratives versus independent narratives based in research and actual interpretation. So it was a referendum on that. But at a much deeper level, it was a referendum on culture. It was a referendum on where we have been, and are there things about where we have been that we want to preserve that are under threat. That's what it was. So I'm going to table half of my remarks because we're going to be addressing this issue again when we get to Tony M. All right? All right, got to take a swig here, guys. All right. Let me pause here and say, refresh my user list and say hello to some people that apparently have come into the chat room that I haven't greeted. Come on, there we go. So let's see here. Primal Murmurs in the chat room. Elisio's in the chat room. Jello Biafra, that's a new one. You got to tell us where you're from. Jello is in the chat room. Ruski 54, you're new, Ruski, so tell us where you're from and welcome. Let's see here. Becky Sue is in the chat room. Katie B is back, so welcome back, Katie B. Krzani, Redshift, Todd 6 Dot is in the chat room, and Jeannie is in the chat room. So welcome to everybody that came late. And for you newbies, let us know what country you're in. All right, this one is from Primal Murmur. All right. He says, and this is a cultural question, and I've got to doff my hat on this one because you know me, guys. I love cultural questions. He says, number one, do you think that the resurgence of popularity of Johann Sebastian Bach's music in the mid-19th century could have been due to fatigue with the Romantic style? While Romanticism may initially have seemed a refreshing break from the past in its early years, I can imagine that after a number of decades of expressing one's emotions or having another's emotions expressed on one, I like that, at least some performers and audience were becoming fatigued, and J.S. Bach's musical science was at this point a welcome antidote. Do you see a link between the Romantic style and the revolutionary culture that developed in the 19th century? Oh boy, do I. I love this. Doff my hat again. Romanticism arises in the period between the formation of the Bavarian Illuminati in 1776 and the publication of the Communist Manifesto in 1848. Primal Murmur, doff my hat again for you picking up on this connection between the culture and the politics, and picking up on the fact that it's not the politics driving the culture. It's the other way around. Okay? I love this. Have you ever suspected that Romanticism was deliberately promoted in order to create the cultural incoherence needed for revolution? Unquote. He's got a second question, folks, but I'm stopping right there because Primal Murmur, you have just said basically what I've been feeling and thinking for a very long time. In answer to the last question, do I think that this movement was driven to a certain extent in order to create a cultural incoherence that would make the revolutionary political movement possible? And the answer is yes. And you can go directly to the writings of Adam Weishaupt, the founder of the Bavarian Illuminati, and read where he says very explicitly, and I'm paraphrasing as best as my memory can do, where he says very explicitly, we must win over the pulpit, the academy, the professors, and the book reviewers, and see to it. And by book reviewers, you have to understand this is kind of code in itself. In other words, what he wants is he wants to bring into the Illuminati orders anybody having anything to do with not only cultural creativity, but the promotion or advocacy of certain kinds of artistic creativity. We must win over the book reviewers and see to it that works acceptable, listen, that works acceptable to us are puffed up. Okay? Now stop and hold that quotation, that badly remembered paraphrase, and turn to the CIA and to the fact that the CIA had a hand in the promotion of so-called modern art in this country in the 20th century, particularly in the so-called art of people like Jackson Pollock with his blotches and splotches on the canvas. And, you know, I wouldn't pay you 1 penny for that work or have any of it hanging in my home. And how the CIA was involved in the promotion of certain kinds of trends within rock music. And remember that the FBI had the Beatles under surveillance because they didn't have them under their control. Okay, so is culture important here? Now, yes, absolutely. Is the Romantic movement being pushed to a certain extent because something is driving it? And again, I would say you have it right there in Weishaupt. And remember, Beethoven, who becomes the arch romanticist, does what? Well, the first time when he finishes the Third Symphony, the Eroica Symphony, he dedicates it to who? To Napoleon Bonaparte. Okay? But when Bonaparte crowns himself Emperor of the French, in other words, when Bonaparte stops leading a revolution, what does Beethoven do? Well, Beethoven's firmly in support of that revolution. So he crosses out the dedication to Napoleon on the Eroica Symphony. Okay? So in other words, yes, there is a political cultural agenda, and you find it expressed very definitely in the late Beethoven. You find it in Berlioz and people like this, and it seeps over into the visual arts, the literary arts, and so on. So yes, that's true. Now, your other question here is why is there this, in the middle of this romantic explosion, why all of a sudden did Johann Sebastian Bach, who's been forgotten now for almost 100 years and seldom performed, why all of a sudden does that explode back onto the scene, and why do people like it? You know? And I think you're onto something here. In part, people are just tired of expressing themselves for the sake of self-expression. All right? But you're also hinting that there's another deeper reason behind it, that the tiredness cannot be sustained on a simply subjective creative basis, that there has to be some sort of hidden factor involved. And I think that's true. And to be honest with you here, Primal Murmur, I've been thinking about doing a webinar on the relationship of cosmology and the arts. And why is it that that period in the 18th century with, you know, the Bachs, Mozart, Handel, all of these people. Why is that period able to transplant itself all over the world so that you have Japanese orchestras playing Bach, you have orchestras in Pakistan playing Bach? You know, what's the deal? You know, this is a German guy in central Germany scratching a bunch of notes on score paper. What's the appeal? Why is it there? What's the universal? Why is this a kind of universal music and not just simply a style? It's a good question, and I think that there are answers to it. But I do think you're onto something. Romanticism ultimately exhausts itself in the endless quest. Please hear my words now, Primal Murmur. Romanticism exhausts itself in the endless quest for subjective and total originality. So that by the end of that period, you have what I call a kind of anti-music in the music of Schoenberg. It's so original, you can't stand to listen to it because it's ugly. You see the same thing in arts. It gets progressively more and more original and loses all grounding in an objective reality and in objective content. So the whole Romanticist movement, yes, I think was a movement to unhinge the culture. We're still living with it in that sense. And I'll be honest here, Primal Murmur, and many people here in this chat room know that I've done a little bit of composing of my own, and it's all strictly 18th century style stuff. And I did that as a deliberate exercise. Could that style still create an original expression? In other words, can you still use that style and come up with original music that hasn't been heard before and is appealing? And the answer, you know, from trial and error was, yeah, it can. So you don't even have to, in order to be original, you don't have to lock yourself into the idea that you've got to create a wholly new style of doing something. This is the problem that we have in Western art, is the idea that you must create an entirely new style in order to be original. And that's not true. The older idea was you learned from the masters and learned that style and mastered it, and then you went out and did your own thing, because it's grounding yourself in those rules that allowed you a genuine universality that could appeal at a universal level. Anyway, I hope that's making sense, and I hope it's not too boring to everybody. But now, he changes gears completely and gives us this second question. In a recent News and Views, you said that Putin could be seen as representing a faction in the Russian deep state who might be called the Russian cosmists. As far as I can tell, the cosmists were a philosophical movement that believed in the importance of space colonization and the use of technology to enhance human lifespan and capabilities. Although these sound like the ideas of the transhumanist movement, the cosmists developed their ideas within the context of Christian ideals and respect for the individual. By labeling Putin's faction cosmist, are you speculating that he represents a humanist transhumanism? To a certain degree, yes, but there's a codicil here, and I'll get to it in a minute. Is this perhaps what Secretary Fitz meant when she said that the last election was a referendum on whether we wanted a human or an inhuman society, given Trump's willingness to ally himself with Putin? I think, as far as Trump goes, I think you're looking at a better possibility of a human society than you would under Hillary Clinton. The inhumanity of what she represented was really a big problem for me. In other words, it was a cultural problem. Trump, you know, how much culture does a self-absorbed narcissist really have? You know, I don't know. My guess would be very little. But with respect to Putin, however, and the Russian cosmos, and folks, this is another area that I've been wanting to do a webinar on the Russian cosmos as kind of a background since we talk about Russia so much in these vid chats, as kind of a background for people to understand not only where I think Mr. Putin and some of his advisors are coming from, but where I'm coming from when I look at Russia and what's going on in Russia. But if you'll recall, Primal Murmur and the rest of you, I've been saying for many, many years that Russia represents a unique experience in the evolution of our Western Judeo-Christian Renaissance humanist civilizational experiment, if you will, in that Russia looks to me to be the first postmodern state. In other words, Russia went through, under communism, went through a period in its history and in its cultural development where the officially approved philosophical narrative was one of atheism and materialism, okay? And they tried to structure their society on that basis, and of course, it fell apart. So what you see happening in Russia is you have a state that is trying to move past pure materialistic secularism while not going back to the kind of autocratic, quasi-theocratic state that preceded it, and yet to retain those elements of that state that stamped themselves into the Russian culture. This is an absolute, in my opinion, this is an absolutely new, unique phenomenon. Now, if you look at the Russian cosmos, Primal Murmur, they're not concerned simply with how space and technology and longer human lifespans and so on are going to transform human society, nor are they really even simply concerned with we're doing all of this as implications of Christian doctrine and so on and so forth. If you look carefully at the Russian cosmos, what they're really concerned about is how do we shape and tailor society to retain these old traditional values and mores, and at the same time move into a society where this technology can not only be embraced, but grounded in a cultural control that the technologies do not run amok and take over and drive us into kind of new inhuman barbarism. That's what they're really concerned with. So you have to look not just at the scientific cosmos, people like Konstantin Tsiolkovsky and so on. You have to look at the esoteric cosmos like Gurdjieff. He's certainly kind of a cosmist philosopher. You have to look at the Christian cosmos, people like Sergei Bulgakov and so on and so forth. Because if you look carefully at the advisors closest to Mr. Putin, they all have some influence of these Russian cosmists in their thinking, particularly Alexander Dugin, all right? So you're looking at a very interesting experiment here. I hope I'm making sense to you. What the Russians are trying to do, and this is the reason they're going back to certain aspects of Russian Orthodox doctrine, what they're trying to do is hit a happy balance between individualism on the one hand and the needs of the collective or of society on the other. All right. Now, if you look at that in terms of Western culture, in Western culture, we've driven individualism to the point that there is no social cultural cohesiveness, and in its place, what the left and the right have tried to do is replace the cohesiveness with an artificial ideology that everyone is supposed to subscribe to, okay? The Russians are attempting to look at this in a very different way. They're trying to create, as much as they can, the idea of a communio sanctorum, a communion of the saints. So you see Putin doing strange things like simultaneously trying to protect the rights of Pussy Riot in Russia, and yet calling the halt and the line when they go into a church during a service and desecrate it and say, that's where we draw the line. into jail you go. You know, and of course he was demonized in the Western press for doing that. You know, he's stamping out freedom. He's doing no such thing. He's doing a very Russian thing. He's saying, go do your thing, but do not do that thing to the point where it threatens the cultural identity and cohesiveness of society. So there's a lot going on here. I hope my answer is making sense to you, Primal Murmur. The Russian cosmos are truly very, very important philosophical people to delve into, and I'm hoping I'll have the time this year to get a bit more into depth about them, because it's looking to me increasingly like that whole intellectual philosophical tradition within Russian philosophy is coming out now in a very, very major way in Russia. And this is why you see Putin playing the soft power card. I want to take a break here, and I'll come back, and I want to flesh out what I just said about Putin and the soft power card in a very significant way. So let me take a brief break. Okay, let's say just a little bit more about Russia, about Mr. Putin, about soft power, and how the Russians are using it and playing it. If you look at the symbols of modern day Russia, you'll notice something very peculiar, very obvious, but very peculiar. The Russians have retained the use of the red star, the symbol of the communist era, along almost as identifiable as the hammer and sickle image or logo of the Communist Party. They've retained that. And at the same time, they have gone back to the old Russian tricolor flag and prominently display on their military uniforms, on the flag of the office of the Russian president, and so on. They prominently display the old Romanov family double-headed eagle, which of course the Romanovs got from where? Well, they got it from Byzantium, when one of the Romanov princes married a Byzantine princess in the 13th century, you know, to cement the political and cultural role and relationship with the old Eastern Roman Empire. So in other words, you have Russia retaining all of the symbols of all of its past, even the worst part of its past. And this is a very, very Russian mentality, and it's particularly a mentality that, if you study the Russian cosmos carefully, is very much in line with their thinking. It's not rejecting the past, regardless of what that past is, but it is a critical reflection on the past and the ability to take those elements that were good from whatever that past experience may be. Remember, the communist revolution would not have succeeded had not the autocracy and the nobility in Russia perpetuated a system of privilege and elitism as long as it did. All right. So in other words, the Russians are undergoing this profound critique as they've transitioned from the Soviet era to now, this profound critique of their own history. But there's something else that they're doing, and this is one that you're going to have to watch for, folks. And I suspect many of you have already sensed it, and I suspect you've sensed it as well, Primal Murmur. The Russians, and particularly Putin, if you look at Putin's Christmas Eve or Christmas Day, I forget which, address, and notice he made this address on the Western Christmas, not on the Orthodox Christmas. So that's telling you something right there, that he was speaking not so much just to the Russians, he was speaking to the West. And in his remarks, he directly addressed cultural trends in the West, the transgender movement, the linguistic ideas, all of this stuff that we see going on in the West. And if you listen carefully to him, what he was doing was he was positioning Russia as a representative of those traditional cultural values of Western civilization, the rooting in a Judeo-Christian inheritance. And if you've paid careful attention to him, he also said, yes, we must ensure to respect the rights of the minorities, but not at the expense of the culture of the majority. So in other words, he was also addressing the humanistic basis of Western civilization, but stopping at the point where a minority could put itself into a position to drive a cultural agenda on the rest of the people. So in other words, he's appealing directly, if you listen to him carefully, he was appealing directly to those elements in Western nations that feel politically and culturally disenfranchised in the face of this march towards globalism, progressivism, and so on and so forth. He was addressing those people he was addressing, so to speak, the Trump coalition, if you will. But I hate to put it in those terms, because he was also addressing the people in Europe that are looking at the collapse of their culture with all of the refugees and governments that won't do anything to rein in the violence that they're causing. He was addressing them directly. He was playing the soft power culture card in a very, very subtle and very ingenious way. And you see the West attempting to react to this by passing laws in their parliaments, in the Congress here in this country recently, to create a kind of Department of Truth to combat Russian propaganda. And they come right out and tell you this is one of the reasons they did it, because the Russian media organs have become so popular and so effective in reporting news going on in the West that people are turning to them for the news. Well, you know, the bad news here is, folks, that's not going to work, because the Russians aren't doing just propaganda. They are playing a very deliberate, very careful, very calculated, soft culture game. And you're not going to understand that game unless you get it out of your heads that Russia's some sort of neo-Stalinist state, that Putin is a tyrant, and so on and so forth. No, you're looking at Russian cosmism in action. That's what you're looking at. That's my point here, all right? So I hope that's making some sort of sense. I've got to take a swig. Those were excellent questions, Primal Murmur. Excellent questions. All right, now, let's completely change gears and deal with this email that I got from Ramura. And I promised her that I would talk about this in the next vid chat. This was actually sent to me by Ramura. on Christmas Day of last year, as a matter of fact. And she says, "Hi, Joseph. This letter is from a, quote, liberal who wants a new tribe," unquote. And she attached the letter that she had noticed at the bottom of the email. And this prompted, in turn, a good phone conversation with a long-term friend of mine, a Caucasian with some native ancestry, married to a full-blood Lakota Sioux pipe holder with 3 natural children and now another son that they are fostering and would like to adopt from her extended family that had some drug and alcohol issues. My friends are exceptional parents. I've heard them interact with their kids while talking on the phone with them over the years and have been impressed more times than I can count on their loving and yet reasoned and reasonable approach to parenting. Their religion is native and they are very active in it. They spend a couple of weeks each summer on the reservation in South Dakota and hold bi-weekly sweat lodges. Won't take money for them. They consider it a spiritual thing only during the winter months and not during the fire danger season at their home in Oregon. He's a drug and alcohol counselor for the state due to excesses in their own families, and they are both completely sober. The wife is now completing advanced degrees in 3, count them, 3 majors that will likely lead to some kind of social work or drug and alcohol counseling herself. But right now, she's a full-time student and mom. So finances are strained, to say the least. Still, they make it work. The twin girls are now 16, typical for their age, hormonal, mouthy, and rebellious. The boys are 7 and 6. The second son has a lot of neglect issues and is literally having to learn how to speak and use his words and not just hit people as his first response, a challenge to say the least. In the course of my conversation with him, I've told him about your book, Rotten to the Common Core, and admitted I've only read the preface thus far. Shame on you. But I've heard you speak its themes many times. After I got off the phone, I ordered it for him as a gift. But his question to me is, what is the answer for families like his of limited means who must choose between public school or homeschooling, unquote? Both have their drawbacks, but they want their children to live in the world that everyone else does and to have to interact with them and learn to deal with the inevitable issues that come up when dealing with other people. They don't want to shelter them that much, but they are rightfully concerned about the quality of education that does or does not happen in the public schools. Private schools are too pricey, and Christian schools don't appeal to them for the obvious reasons. My response was that maybe you and your co-author had some suggestions in your book, but that I really don't know myself until I read it. I remembered John Rappaport's logic argument, but his modules are too expensive. I suggested to my friend that he might look into some critical thinking courses, and maybe he and the wife do them with or without the older girls and pass those skills on down the line. Other than that, do you have any ideas for how parents can best prepare their children for this world? Perhaps your conversations with Dr. DeHart over the years has given you some insight from both an educator with similar concerns as well as the challenges of being a parent. That is an excellent question, Ramura. I'm not a parent, obviously. I don't have any experience other than lots of nieces and nephews that I had to babysit for when I was growing up. But I'm not a parent, so I don't know the challenges that parents face, particularly in this country, in this culture, when the educational system is so rotten, so corrupt. I'm not saying anything about the teachers. There's lots of good teachers out there that are battling against the system. And I have a blog coming up, incidentally, this week about yet another education rant, although this time I'm not the one ranting. I don't know how difficult it would be, but again, I think your friends, first of all, have to understand that this is a culture war. In other words, it transcends mere politics. And if they're having difficulties trying to figure out what to do vis-a-vis homeschooling or public schooling, I would, Down Under just said something in the chat room that I would agree with. Limit the time watching television and limit the time on cell phones, and create a family environment where you're reacting with people, asking them what they think and why they think it, putting out your own views. In other words, teach them to have conversation and discussion, because conversation and discussion teaches you how to listen and how to analyze words. And if they cannot, and I go back down to something I've said earlier, Ramura, many times in this vid chat. We are all responsible for the preservation and transmission of Western culture. If we truly think it's worth holding on to and transmitting, then it means we must, to the degree that we are able, and in the areas that interest us. That's key, because you can't just hand down something that you're not really interested in, can you, right? But to the degree that you're able, and in those areas that give you passion, that you're interested in, try and master as much of that culture and pass it down. That means your friends are, if they keep their kids in public school, that they're going to have to do a little homeschooling anyway, and buy books of philosophy or what have you, and teach their kids about the heritage that they have, and to understand that that heritage is not a crime, that there's much to be proud of in that heritage and much to disagree with. So in other words, school, we have to get it out of our heads that school is what we send kids off to. No, school takes place all of your life, whether you're doing it in a classroom or at home in your rocking chair reading a book. That's school. Okay, so that's what I'd tell you. Tell them to start educating themselves. Buy the books of Plato and Aristotle and whatever, read them and discuss them, or whatever. Do something family oriented that can generate discussion and listening. And above all, examine particularly culture. Go on cultural events. Go to a museum or what have you. Go to a concert. It doesn't mean, any kind of concert. Be involved in their lives. If they want to go to a rock concert, go with them. Enjoy the music with them. Go to a jazz festival. Go to an opera. Whatever floats your boat, go to it. I think that's an excellent question, and I hope my answer is making some sort of sense. All right, we're coming down to brass tacks here, guys. I gotta light another cigarette. I've got to take another swig of tea, because we're diving into the tomes now, guys. And first up to bat is Swedish Exile in Hungary. All right, brace yourselves, guys. Here we go. He says, "Congratulations, America. It looks like your new president will be a person whose ego can swallow the whole mainstream media and the three-letter agencies in one big gulp. No argument from me. Normally, I would be absolutely terrified for such a person to be in any position of power. I very much side with Webmaster Daniel on that matter. But in the case of America 2017, this is most likely overdue. The way he took the fake news meme and turned it into his own was just beautiful. I can imagine some organizations are in full panic mode right now. I never doubted you when you were saying that there is a war between different factions of the deep state, but for each passing day, it's getting increasingly difficult not to get shocked by the absolute carnage that's going on. When the FBI came out and contradicted the claim that the Russians were hacking the election, my jaw dropped. No more closed doors. For sure, the CIA and FBI have never been the best of buddies, but I was surprised to see that the FBI played it out so openly. But the season of weird has obviously just begun. Excuse me. Pardon me, the season of weird has obviously just begun. My jaw dropped a few more inches when Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer publicly said, "Let me tell you, you take on the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday getting back at you," unquote. Nasty. Now let me stop before I go on, Swedish exile. Chuck Schumer began his career as a congressman, and one of the first major television events for him as a congressman were the congressional hearings that were held after Waco, after the U.S. government went in and burned down that compound and killed a bunch of people. And that's my take on it, folks. Like it or not, that's what happened. All right. Schumer, during those hearings, if you look for them, you sometimes can find Schumer where he says, "Well, I just don't like this witch hunt where we're turning this into a witch hunt on law enforcement." In other words, he was taking the government's line right straight down. Okay. He betrays what he is in those Waco hearings. All right. He's basically a lackey for the government narrative, and he will remain that for the rest of his political career. Just thought you'd like to know that about Chuck Schumer. This is no objective examination of what went on at Waco, I think, can justify taking a stance like that on it. So in other words, this is, in my opinion, a very dubious man. All right, to continue. Veiled threats behind closed doors is one thing. Either the connections between the CIA and Trump are way frostier than we even can imagine, and the Schumer statement was meant to send a message, or this Chuck Schumer person is a low-key player in the deep state, probably trying to sound more important than he is. Personally, I'm leaning toward the latter. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. Trump also made a sober and critical observation of the modern internet age. Quote, quoting Trump here, "It's very important, if you have something really important, to write it out and have it delivered by courier the old-fashioned way, because I'll tell you what, no computer is safe," unquote. And another Trump quotation, quote, "I don't care what they say, no computer is safe. I have a boy who's 10 years old. He can do anything with a computer. You want something to really go without detection, write it out and have it sent by courier," unquote. When I read that, I actually stood up and applauded. And quite frankly, I do too. Because, you know, Catherine has said it over and over on Solari Report interviews, in her other interviews, in her writings. These systems are not secure. They lack integrity, and therefore, how can you base or found a civilization on insecure systems that lack integrity? And for my part, folks, this is why I've always said the only canonical version of my books is the hard copy. I don't trust Jeff Bezos. I don't trust Amazon. I don't trust Barnes and Noble to keep their greedy, culturally, politically correct corporate narrative hands off of what I write. Okay? Before I go on to my real question, one that has absolutely nothing to do with politics, let me just finish off with this comment from one-time computer guru John McAfee. He said, quote, "If it looks like the Russians did it, then I can guarantee you it was not the Russians," unquote. Bullseye. It takes less than 5 minutes for anyone to read up on how to mask your entry point to the internet with a simple proxy so that it looks like I am from Russia, Romania, or the West Wing of the Royal Castle in Stockholm. Okay? I'm not joking. 5 minutes. If anyone can do that, just imagine what the clever guys can do. Even if the hack itself physically came from Russia, that means absolutely zero. You could do this wirelessly with a laptop in a cafe. Of course, the alphabet agencies know this. That means they are playing a charade and are assuming Trump and the public have no understanding of hacking, for which, for many, the term hacking is probably as abstract as the term quantum mechanics. But if that's the case, those agencies are wide open for exposure at any time, and any hacker could show you how false your statements are. And the only thing that stands between the real truth and the public is the mainstream media, which probably isn't the safest place to invest your money in at the moment. As I said, some organizations are probably in full panic mode at this moment. And I agree with you, Swedish Exile. I think there is panic. And I have to tell you, and be very honest here, I don't think the panic is over Trump. I think the panic is over the groundswell of popular support that he received. I think that's what they're panicked about. They're not panicked about him. They're panicked about the fact that if he succeeds or fails, regardless, what he represented isn't going to go away, and it's no longer going to be mollified by people who say they're going to change things and then don't. So in other words, the hot seat, Trump is now on the hot seat. He's got to deliver on something or he's a one-term president. Okay? That's what they're panicked about. And they're panicked about a second thing, and that is all of the levers of manipulation of popular opinion that they used failed them abjectly. So they are in panic mode, but I think for slightly different reasons. All right. Now you say, anyway, cheers, Happy New Year, and now on to my real question. Folks, doff my hat, sit down, and listen very carefully to this one from Swedish Exile. This is, as George Ann Hughes would say, a whopper doozy. Okay? Listen carefully. I love this. I really do. I read this Swedish Exile and I thought, holy cow, he's on to something here. Quote, what if the placebo effect has very little or nothing to do with the expectation or mind of the user, but that the placebo itself actually has the stated properties, or rather works as an imprinted intention device? Let me read that one again, just in case you missed it. What if the placebo effect has very little or nothing to do with the expectation or mind of the user, but the placebo itself actually has the stated properties, or rather works as an imprinted intention device, a la the imprinted intention devices of Dr. William Tiller that I talked about in that webinar on Dr. Tiller's work. I love that. I think Swedish Exile, all I can do is say, ding, 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 bingo, 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 yes, yes, yes. That's what I think the placebo effect is. It's an imprinted intention device, and they don't even know it. Now, the only quibble, and it's an extremely small one, the only quibble I would have with that, Swedish Exile, is I do think that part of the imprinting of intention is coming from the person taking the placebo. Okay, but if you factor in that placebo effects are a group phenomenon, a group multiplier effect. In other words, a lot of people are taking placebos in these trials. Okay, that's going to have a group imprint effect, I think, on the placebo. Now, the real thing that's very interesting, Swedish Exile, I so think you're on to something here, that as far as I can recall, there have been scientific studies on the placebo effect, where in effect what they are asking is the placebo functioning in precisely that way, as some sort of imprinted intention device? Now, they haven't come out and said that, but they have demonstrated that there is this mind effect relationship. The only thing that they're missing is the idea that Tiller talks about very explicitly is, can we imprint an intention on this pill that is otherwise nothing but a placebo? If they get to that stage of scientific testing, I think, yes, you're going to see a definite difference between a placebo where they're specifically imprinting an intention on the pill, on the placebo, and a placebo where they are not doing that, but just observing how does it work anyway. Okay, I think you're going to see a marked difference if anybody would ever do that kind of scientific test. And the reason I'm confident of that, Swedish Exile, is if you go and look at the webinar on Dr. Tiller's work, it's very clear that there is a material effect of imprinting an intentional field on an object, and that effect works at a distance. Okay, and again, to go back to the earlier question we had, where I was talking about the Soviet research into some of this stuff, it's very interesting. If you look into this research, Swedish Exile, it's very interesting that the Soviets themselves, when they were doing all of this psi research, okay, all of this psychic ability, paranormal research back during the Soviet era, it's very interesting, Swedish Exile, that one of the things that they would do is that they could deliberately constructed these tests to see if they would work at tremendous distances. So they would have people in Moscow, okay, trying to send telepathic messages and images to people at a certain time that were all the way over in Novosibirsk, you know, hundreds and thousands of miles away from Moscow. And lo and behold, you know, there was no effective distance on these things. And they would do this in a number of different ways and in a number of different configurations. And again, the result was always the same. There was no diminishment of the effects of these things at distance. So, you know, which the Soviets were very clever. This forced them to start thinking, particularly their physicists. Think of Dr. Kozyrev. He was very familiar with this psi research. So it forced them to start thinking, rethinking some of the basic models of physics. And I'll tell you, folks, since Swedish Exile has broken open the Pandora's box here, I'll tell you what one of my suspicions has always been, and that is that, you know, for a number of years, I've been maintaining that there is a hidden off-the-books physics, okay, that somebody knows, and it's being very deliberately covered up. Well, here comes the second half of that statement, and you're hearing it here for the first time. I suspect strongly that if anybody has an off-the-books physics that is a more or less fully fleshed out theoretical scaffolding for all of these things, it's the Russians. And I suspect that it's a worked out scaffolding that far exceeds what we think we know in the West. Because if you look at the evidence of the existence of such a physics in the West, what do we have? Well, we have anecdotal stories, people like Ben Rich, we found an error in the equations, now we can take ET home, and so on and so forth. If you'll notice, the statements of these people, with the exception of Colonel Bearden, who is well aware, incidentally, of the Soviet research, okay? So Bearden's the exception. It's because he's been looking at the Soviets that he's saying, oh, wow, there's something completely different, wholly different going on over here. If you'll notice, the hidden physics in the West is physics, okay? If you look at the Russians, it's not just physics, it's consciousness, okay? And they have applied this paradigm across the board, not simply in physics, but in biology, in even at times in their practice of medicine. So in other words, the Russians, if anybody on the surface of the planet has a beneath the surface, very, very different scientific paradigm, my bet's on the Russians, okay? My bet's on the Russians. All right, thank you, Swedish Exile. That was terrific. I just love that. I just love that question. Kenny in the chat room said something very interesting too. He says there's a physics for everything, even on family interaction. Yep. It's interesting you mentioned that, Kenny, because there is a Romanian mathematician, Barbasi, I think is his name, that did a very wonderful mathematical study of networks and the physics of networks, you know, personal networks, you know, friends, family, and so on. Interesting book, highly interesting book. Anyway, with that in mind, folks, we turn now to Tony, who comes back to us after a long hiatus from the chats. And let me see if Tony's in the chat room. By the way, welcome here to Krizani. I don't know if I said hello to you before, so welcome to you. Dan Pohl, I didn't see you sneak in. Lady Dashwood, welcome to Lady Dashwood. Didn't see her sneak in either. So I'm sorry, folks. When I get carried away and start talking, I don't notice people that sneak into the chat room. So I'm not trying to be rude or anything. It's just I get preoccupied and forget to look at it. Anyway, Tony M, here we go. Folks, this is another thought provoker. All right. He says the following are some current thoughts still in flux, which I'd like to share for your comment. Hope it isn't too long, but it has been a while. I've just finished reading Homo Deus by Yuval Noah Harari, the best philosophical and cultural analysis of emerging technologies I've yet found. This ties in well with other recent books I've studied, like The Master and His Emissary, Ian McGlitch's masterwork on the divided brain, Tom Holland's detailed, subtle, but nonetheless devastating historical critique of the foundations of Islam called In the Shadow of the Sword, and David P. Goldman's equally devastating geopolitical critique of Islam's prospects called Why Civilizations Die, parenthesis, and Why Islam is Dying Too, close parenthesis. Facebook has recently claimed its algorithms know us better than those closest to us or even ourselves. With just 150 likes, it claims it knows you better than your spouse, and with 300 likes, better than yourself. Psychological experiments have proven troubling dysfunctionalities between the left and right brain hemispheres, and particularly between our experiencer and narrator cognitive functions. The narrator routinely filters and misrepresents experiences it knows about and just plain invents those it has conveniently ignored or was never aware of. It does this so often it potentially implicates most of what we think we know, resolutions or decisions we make, and stories we tell ourselves or others. So the argument goes, given how much better algorithms like Facebook are already at understanding us, why not delegate to these key decisions like choosing a career, finding spouses, buying a house, or voting? If this be true for Facebook, it is argued it's even truer for personal assistants like Siri or Cortana, given the greater amount of information they have about us, including potentially 24/7 monitored email, web activity, messages, searches, travel, purchases, home usages, biometrics, and health data. Furthermore, this argument states the benefits increase exponentially with the more data such agents are allowed to collect and the more it may be shared between them. You can see where this is going. Yeah, take the person out of the equation altogether and let the algorithms do all the decisions for a cyber person, kind of a cyber corporation that represents you as agent. That's where I see it going, quite frankly. And I dispute the idea that algorithms give you knowledge of the person. What algorithms give you is the knowledge of the person in society. In other words, it's the old problem that I've been warning about all along. The natural faculties, even though individuated in a person, do not sum to the person, him or herself. There's always a randomness factor that that person introduces into the equation that is never subject to statistical analysis. It's the difference between the particle and particles in aggregate, and you know that yourself. We've discussed it many times. But anyway, that's my initial response. But I have a much longer response coming up to something else that you say later that I think is dead on. I think it's right on. So let me continue. The key industries of the future now and into the 21st century will be nanotechnology, bioengineering, artificial intelligence, and quantum computing, to mention just a few. In the next 20 years, artificial intelligence alone is estimated to make, listen folks, listen, is estimated to make 47% of the current workforce unemployed, according to a 2013 study entitled The Future of Employment by researchers from Oxford University. Most at risk are transportation and materials moving closely, followed by production, installation, maintenance and repair, construction, and extraction. Okay? Fishing and forestry, office administration, sales, and related service sectors. Let me read that list again, just in case you missed it. This is huge because, folks, what Tony is stressing here is something Catherine and I have been trying to stress, and that's the difference between labor production and human production. Those are two very different things. And in most economic models, most business models for that matter, the concentration is always on labor production, okay? And everything he's talking about here falls under the aegis of labor production. So let me read what Tony said again. In the next 20 years, AI alone is estimated to make 47% of the current workforce unemployed, according to a 2013 study on the future of employment by researchers from Oxford University. In the next 20 years. Now stop and think about this in terms of the technological challenges now that are being posed to Mr. Trump and his incoming administration. Because what's he promised to do? Reshore and jobs. So how's he going to do it? And I guarantee you, he has not addressed this issue. This is why I'm on the caution side rather than the optimism side. All right? Now, continuing. The jobs most at risk are transportation and materials moving, closely followed by production, installation, maintenance and repair, construction and extraction, farming, fishing and forestry, office administration, sales-related, and service sectors. Now, before I go on, I want to pose a question back to you, because Tony is posing this question implicitly in his comments. And that question is, if those are the fields that are going to be most at risk for jobs simply drying up because of technological advances, then what is left? Okay? What's been left out of this equation? For example, that study estimates a 99% probability telemarketers and insurance agents will lose their jobs to algorithms by 2033, cashiers 97%, chefs 96%, waiters 94%, bus drivers 89%, construction laborers 88%, veterinary assistants 86%, sailors 83%, bartenders 77%, archivists 76%, and so on. Now let me interject another question. If all of this is being driven by technology, that technology has to have a computer basis. Now recall what Mr. Trump said. No computer is safe. Every computer can be hacked. Do we want to trust a cyber chef to make our meal? Okay, get with me? Tony's dead on here. He's raising good stuff. This study should be a compulsory part of Common Core, but I bet it isn't. Yeah, I bet you're right. And they want to do this to teachers, by the way. That's the big issue. Can you have teachers being replaced by technology? And of course, the people backing Common Core ultimately have that as their goal, don't they? He goes on. It seems the arts aren't as safe as we would like. David Cope, a professor of musicology at Santa Cruz University, has over many years been refining an AI composer program named EMI, Experiments in Music Intelligence. Challenged by Professor Larson of Oregon University, a packed audience of students, lecturers, and music fans listened to a performance of 3 pieces, one composed by Bach, one by EMI, and one by Larson himself. Afterwards, a vote was taken on who composed what. The results showed most thought the EMI piece was actually composed by Bach, the Bach piece by Larson, and the Larson piece by EMI. There are numerous other examples of similar challenges where AI outperforms humans even in the arts. Nanotechnology promises to transform manufacturing in a way which will make current 3D printing seem like toys. Bioengineering promises not only to make immortality possible for the few who can afford it, but combined with AI and nanotechnology to so vastly upgrade such people as to make us seem to them like our pets seem to us. Bill Morris, CEO and founder of Google Ventures, has stated his belief that a life expectancy of 500 is achievable for some who are alive today. In 2013, Google launched Calico, whose mission statement is to, quote, solve death, unquote. Quantum computing will not just massively upgrade algorithm processing capabilities and rewrite the rules of security, almost as an aside, it is also potentially the gateway to technology like teleportation, time travel, and reality generation when combined with nanotech and scalar physics, as I've suggested for prior vidchats. Harari makes a compelling case that the same pace and fundamental nature of such changes is already disintermediating regressive belief systems like Islam, effectively consigning them to the dustbin of history. Islam still struggles with the implications of the industrial age and can scarcely comprehend what lies ahead, let alone adapt or contribute. As Goldman points out, according to a recent World Bank report, other than fossil fuel, the total exports of the Arab world are less than Finland. And average IQ in the Islamic world struggles to get above 80 or borderline dementia level with an average IQ as low as 70 in some Islamic countries. Also, Islamic birth rates worldwide have recently collapsed, and that's a new one on me. I didn't know this. Collapsed at rates unprecedented in recorded history. Goldman cites reports that the mullahs in Iran, Turkey, and elsewhere are apoplectic in their despair. The economic consequences of the gradual decline in birth rates in rich Western countries are far-reaching. The effects of its collapse in underdeveloped and largely shattered Islamic countries will be nothing short of cataclysmic. It also destroys Islamic dreams of conquering Western democracies via the ballot box, for it seems birth rates have also collapsed among Muslim immigrants. Harari convincingly argues that humanism will be superseded given it's founded on a belief in the value of the individual. In the past, whole populations tended to benefit from key technological, medical, social, and economic innovations or reforms because the national defense and economic interests were aligned with their participation and supported humanist beliefs. But if future technologies render the bulk of humanity redundant, this imperative ceases. And if so, the future seems likely to produce a tiny breakaway species more like gods than humans. Homo deus to our Homo sapiens. That's assuming superintelligent AIs don't supersede us all, or that Homo sapiens somehow solve the AI confinement problem before the emergence of a runaway superintelligence, which Bostrom argues is far from certain. I would suggest one of our key hopes lies in decentralized networks. Networks devoid of any central point of control or failure, and therefore resilient to being usurped, co-opted, corrupted, or otherwise compromised. I'm thinking clearly of examples of decentralized social networks, perhaps like Akasha, Friendica, or Cinero instead of Facebook, decentralized money, perhaps like Ethereum, instead of fractional reserve currencies, or co-opted cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin or Ripple, and so on. And 100% in agreement with you here, Tony. But more on this, but more than this, ground up local communities of innovation and self-reliance. Let me read that one again, because here I'm 200% agreed with Tony. And we're going to go back to his art statements here in this respect in just a moment. Let me read that one again. More than this, ground up local communities of innovation and self-reliance. And I am going to tack on there human productivity. And specifically in the areas of the arts. Okay, let me continue. And a true spiritual awakening of our non-local consciousness. The kind of living embodied moment to moment, whereas Dzogchen speaks of which characterizes enlightenment. Personally, I've been developing my lucid dreaming capabilities, resulting in some of my most profound and consciousness-altering experiences yet, leading me to hope humans also stand on the threshold of entirely new, alternative, intersubjective spiritual realities, and therefore a viable alternative to the technologically enhanced Homo Deus. Kind regards. All right, Tony, doff my hat. There's so much for thought there, and I hope people will go back and listen to what you just wrote, because I think I see where you're going, and I tend to agree in the broad strokes that you're painting here. I tend to agree with the direction and what's needed. The way I've been putting it, Tony, is that with the decline of the necessity for labor production, we can either do one of two things. All right, goodbye, Steve Heppel. We can either do one of two things. We can become a society of leisure, of certain people living off of other people, and that will ultimately collapse. Or we can take the opportunity, as labor production collapses, to go into areas of human production, as you say, of non-local communities, of decentralized networks, and most importantly, in my opinion, of human productivity in the arts. I think what you're going to see by, and please understand me here, folks, by the necessity, the cultural necessity, the social necessity, the economic necessity that these new technologies are driving, is to have exactly what Tony has said, the opportunity, take the opportunity it provides to explore the spiritual, the psychological, the intangible aspects of our individuality and also of our social and collective nature. That's number one. And number two, I predict that as a necessity, you're going to see an explosion of the arts. The only thing that I would quibble, and it's not really a quibble with Tony, he was simply citing the study of the arts, the music generation program. It's interesting to me that that was a one-off test. My question would be very much the same as that earlier question we had about romantic music, which is why I put it first before Tony's question. Because if we assume that over time, exposure to a certain type of music, particularly a music that is focused on a subjective aesthetic, or in this case, a machine-driven, a machine, quote-unquote, created aesthetic, I would predict that over time, people will get tired of listening to that. And indeed, I can't sit around and listen to J.S. Bach all day long either. It can be draining as well as uplifting. I can't listen to any type of music for very long before I have to have a change. That's just human. And that's my problem here with the assumption that machines are going to create an aesthetic surface that is pleasing over time, that will perdure over time. That's where I would disagree. I think there's a human element that's always going to come through in the arts, that intangible thing that no machine, regardless of how sophisticated its artificial intelligence may be, is going to be able to reproduce, and humans are going to be able to sense that. And that again goes back to our psychological focus that we've had in this Vidchat. We automatically sense. Now, one thing that interests me about that music study that they did is how many of the people would have enough musical experience. Was that a lay audience or not? I bet you had it been a musical audience, that it may have been very, very different in terms of the response. So yeah, I think the technology, the cultural transition that we're in is going to drive, out of financial necessity, will drive people into the arts and create enormous opportunities for human production. In other words, what Tony's laying out here, I think, is exactly what Catherine and I have been talking about. Do we want to back the technocratic, transhumanist, mechanized, cyborg, inhuman society, or do we want to pursue those things in our culture that humanizes? And that is what we are in. I think it's inevitably going to happen. You're going to have people being thrown out of work that are going to have to do something to make money, and I suspect that that's going to lead by necessity to an explosion of the arts, literature, architecture, painting, music, you name it. You know, having your garden, being a florist or something like this. It's going to lead to an explosion of those kinds of activities, not in labor production, but in human production. And that's what's going to, I think, be a crucial focus for people involved in the professional study and analysis of this cultural transition. If they latch on to this idea, then they can manage this transition that we're going through much easier. And what disturbs me, folks, here in this chat room, is that we see no economic study that is focusing on human production. Everybody's looking at labor production and the dwindling amount of jobs, and they're saying, oh my word, what do we do? What do we do? Well, they're ignoring one whole area of economic activity that seldom gets factored in. Now, with regard to Islam, I had not heard this before about collapsing birth rates in Islamic countries, nor have I heard this before about apparently the median or mean IQ in Islamic countries is considerably lower. My whole experience with Muslims in my life has been with professional people, with doctors and nurses and so on and so forth, and I've never found, you know, their intelligence to be lacking at all. So that's an interesting trend. If that's true, I'm not doubting it. If it's true, I think yes. I've said all along that, you know, the problem with Islam is it simply cannot survive in its current form without a major reform or a major enlightenment. It cannot survive in the modern world. It's just going to die. So that's the other thing here. The problem with those kinds of situations is if you're dealing with a whole civilization that is in a state of collapse like that, they can become very, very dangerous. So that's my caveat on that score. Anyway, excellent commentaries there, Tony, and I'm as always, I'm always kind of in awe of your thinking and studying and research. It's excellent commentary. All right, now this one is from Mate, and I think our friend Mate, a Megalithic Yard, is in the chat room. So welcome to Megalithic, or welcome back, I should say. And let's see if Mate is still here in the chat room. Yep. All right. So this one's going out to Mate in Estonia. He says, by your recommendation, I read the translation of the article written by Anton Vino for the Russian peer-reviewed scientific journal, The Theory and History of Economics, Government, and Law. Here's my speculative question concerning these theories presented by Anton Vino. And actually, to be honest with you, Mate, I don't remember saying that, so my answer may be disappointing here. But anyway, first, the recap of the main points of the work. He sees the interaction of time and space to be information-generating processes in the medium. Vino also describes the fundamental role of a sequence of certain actions or time inside space as the manifestation of a system-wide generated information. He uses the term protocol, but I found myself thinking about ritual or ritualistic unfoldment of new order or information. And that's, I think you're right there, Mate, because the Russians, with the influence of orthodoxy on their culture, yeah, you're dealing with a people that ritualistic thinking is a kind of second nature, even to the irreligious. It's kind of second nature because it's so pervasive in the culture. I would agree with that. Ritual is an algorithm of certain clusters of actions and relationships that are performed in a certain sequence. It's a big algorithm of social action. He also sees those protocols of actions to crystallize the information generated at an economic and social level. By this logic, Vino also hints at the impossibility of rule by subjectively given laws. Bingo, bingo. And again, folks, what you're hearing there now is kind of, in a general sense, you're hearing cosmist thinking applied to a social and cultural context. So right there, that's a good example of the kind of cosmist thinking, the interplay of physics and sociology, the interplay of ritual and law, and so on and so forth. All right, continuing. Vino hints at the impossibility of a rule by subjectively given laws, exempla gratia, liberal agendas, seeing sex as an optional feature to be redefined, and so on. Therefore, he hints at the need to have laws or protocols that are somehow logically and deeply connected to the information generating medium itself. I think Plato or composition rules of Baroque music as an analogy here. He sees the individual personhood, he uses the term personal spirit, as the driving force that brings forth the market information generating ability and order. Now, please understand here, contrast what Mate is summarizing about a current Russian thinker looking at these cultural transformations and what you just heard summarized by Tony about Western thinkers, and which one, I'm going to pose the question to you to think about, which of these summaries sound more mechanical and which of these summaries sound more, if I can use the word, organic. All right, think about that for a moment. He hints at the need to have laws or protocols that are somehow deeply connected to the information gathering medium himself. I think Plato or composition rules of Baroque music as an analogy here. He sees the personal individual, he uses the term personal spirit, as the driving force that brings forth the market information generating ability and order. Diametrically different views to neoclassical theory of economics that sees the primacy in the market and sees Homo economicus to be a passive adapter. I love it. He sees the market as a living entity. Therefore, he sees markets as being open systems, the embodiment of process of new information being generated, enfolded, and crystallized into protocols and products based on those protocols of actions. The importance of irreducible human creativity is hinted at here, and the primacy of material base is seen as secondary and not the primary. Therefore, we see total opposition to the Western post-humanist and transhumanist ways of thinking. So again, you're seeing the Russians philosophizing about this in a very, very different way. And I suspect that the reason that there is this difference is that they went through that prolonged period of Soviet communism, official materialism, where all of these things were quashed, while concurrently the Soviets are running top secret scientific experiments into psychic research, which is telling them, uh-oh, you've got a big problem here with your materialist worldview. So in other words, the Russians had been going in a different direction almost because of that experience, and the West is going in a very, very different direction than the Russians have been through. So this is, to me, folks, this is very exciting. You're watching cultural paradigms being critiqued and moving in very, very different ways in the East and the West, in the eastern part of Western civilization and the western part of Western civilization. All right, let me continue. He sees the real value to be created in economic activity by the intersection of time, space, and life, which form the image or the icon. All right, let me stop. Notice that that triumvirate. Because if we were looking at a Western economic thinker, what would they be looking at? Well, they'd be looking at markets, just like he said, markets and individual responses to the markets. So in other words, what are you looking at? You're looking at something mechanistic. And this Russian economist is saying, no, you need to inject actual life, consciousness into these pictures, just like they were forced to do back in their psi experiments, coming up with different models of physics that were very, very different from the Western models of physics at that time. So this is just, to me, great. Now the speculative question. At the second part of the article, he describes the device called a nooscope, Nooscope, that is technically the total surveillance grid, or total integrated self-organizing information gathering system, to be used to monitor the living noosphere to tap the creative synergistic potential generated at the systemic level. Therefore, nooscope is something similar to social nervous systems. Technically, this has face similarity to the surveillance grid the Western powers are constructing. So it may be the Russian way of innovating in this sphere of national security. But the philosophical grounding of reasoning behind this grid are different compared to the Western ones. It seems the nooscope really tries to tap the proactive creative potential at a systemic level. Idem est, every person sees the manifestation. Please note this. Every person sees the manifestation and information created by it in a certain context, but loses some of it if movement to a new special cell is made. Therefore, the snapshot at the total system level may give a new and potentially economically useful information. Now, I want to stop right here and notice something, mate, that I agree with you. And I want to stress this for everybody else, because you'll notice that the Russians, again, are looking at the same phenomena that Tony outlined for us, that we've talked about in so many vid chats, and that's, number one, surveillance state, the technological changes driving social and cultural change. But the Russians are looking at this from a very, very different point of view. In other words, the grounding, the place, to use Einstein's terms, the frame of reference that they're looking at this from are very, very different from those that you see going on in the West. Because what you see going on in the West is that we are looking at this massive surveillance state. We're looking at all these technological changes, and we're looking at it from the standpoint of national security, of terrorism and all of that, and of elites out to perpetuate and continue their own power and hegemon over everybody else. The Russians, on the other hand, have been through all of that. We're going back to my idea that you're looking at the first postmodern state, an experiment in trying to live in the modern world in a human way. Because the Russians are looking at this and saying, okay, we've got this huge technocracy, we've got this huge technology, it's a surveillance technology, and don't get me wrong, it certainly exists in Russia, but the Russians are saying, let's use this and make it transparent enough for everybody to benefit economically, socially, and culturally from it. That's a hugely different thing. Tony's studies that he cited were kind of hinting at the same thing. So in other words, if we're, my take on this, mate, is if we're looking at these paradigm shifts, the difference is between the lack of transparency in these systems in the West and the lack of access to their information in toto in the West, coupled with a national security paradigm that will prevent you from looking at them, and therefore those systems are leading to a mechanistic, inhuman society. The Russians, on the other hand, are looking at it and saying, okay, there's a lot of information here, and we can integrate this information by making those systems more transparent. And in each case, those systems don't have integrity. But which system would you rather function in? One that's more transparent and more open, or one that isn't and still lacks security and integrity? All right. Catherine and I have been talking about this for quite some time, and it's very interesting to notice the philosophical divergences. I'm not trying to say Russia's some utopia. What's interesting to me, however, are the philosophical divergences, because they're starting from a very different place based on their history, and we're starting in a very different place based on the fact that we have not yet gone through a materialist tyranny like Russia went through. This is why Russia is not, I go back to this, not a neo-Stalinist state. Is it dangerous? Well, sure, it can be. But we're moving into, or at least we're moving into, that kind of philosophical social arrangement. It may have been checked for a moment here. That remains to be seen. But anyway, let me continue. My question here is, do we see history repeating itself again? As you referred many times, the ending of slavery was done in the USA in a way that strengthened the ruling elite's position. But it was done in Tsarist Russia in a way that empowered the peasants. True, absolutely true. If we take those technological grids that function as societal nervous systems to be unavoidable, similarly to the past situation where movement from slavery to capitalistic free labor was unavoidable, may here be the case that Russia makes its moves later, but does the radical shift in a way that empowers the majority of society, using this new scope as productivity and the system level creativity, enhancing the grid for post-bureaucratic systems of governance. I'm going to read that one again. For post-bureaucratic systems of governments. In other words, what you're suggesting, mate, is that the Russians are moving out of a technocracy, and they're moving out of a bureaucratic system of governance by simply using that information grid, the internet, the surveillance grid, in an open enough fashion where it benefits society as a whole. I think this is absolutely dead on. I'm not saying the Russians are 100% perfect on it, but I would say that given what you see going on in Russia, you see Putin appealing directly to the Russian people. They've got access to the internet. He's not going in there and censoring what they can or they can't watch. We've got Russians that follow this website. What they're doing is they're using it in a very, very different way than the West. Absolutely, I think this is going on. So let me continue. Using this new scope as productivity and system-level creativity, enhancing the grid for post-bureaucratic systems of governance, instead of using it in a Western way as a domination tool to advance corporate interests and have corporate governance as the way forward instead of an inefficient bureaucratic system. Bingo. Bingo. It's interesting that the European Union has a similar scientific program to the Russian New Scope being funded in the amount of over 1.3 billion euros. And this social societal research project is headed by physicist Dirk Helbing. Maybe a hint at the connection of physics, economic spheres, and human consciousness and creativity. And again, mate, I agree with your commentary here. I think this is the challenge that everybody's facing. And it's interesting that the Russians are trying to stress the human life aspects of how this technology should order society. And again, this is not to say that the Russian government isn't going to have secrets or keep secrets, but it's interesting that the philosophical foundation on which they're approaching things, particularly that you see now the revival in Russia in the writings and thought of the cosmos and the people that have imbibed that philosophy that are in and around President Putin, and compare that to what's going on in the West. They're two different things reacting to the same phenomenon. All right. My hope, and I'll be very honest with everybody here, and this is the reason I've wanted to do this webinar on the Russian cosmos. I hope sometime this year. The interesting thing, and what I would like to see happen, is if the incoming Trump administration is serious about opening up and putting Russo-American relations on a new path, I would hope that part of that path would include some sort of cultural exchanges between the countries, particularly of Russia to the West, where they are telling us how they're addressing these issues. Because very, very clearly, since the collapse of the Soviet Union, since the collapse of the Yeltsin experiment, they're addressing these issues in a very, very, very different way, and in a very uniquely Russian way. So I would like to see out of that some Russian influence, because it looks to me, regardless of all the problems in Russian society and in the Russian state, it looks to me like they are very definitely trying to deal with the dehumanizing impulses of the technology and figure out a societal and cultural way that those technologies are humanizing rather than dehumanizing them. This I think is crucial. We're going to have to face it. Now, in the chat room, Guygrr just said something very interesting. He said that Peter Thiel, the founder of PayPal, is all about a post-bureaucracy techno society. One of the things that you're beginning to hear now is a call from some people for a technocratic society, for a direct participatory democracy, and for a constitutional convention. Because if you get right down to it, what technology is also doing is it's also phasing out not just cashiers, not just chefs, it's phasing out what? It's phasing out political representation. And I would have to warn everybody, don't fall for it. Because in the current Western philosophical mood, as it were, a constitutional convention will give you nothing but a technocratic dictatorship, where, as Tony pointed out, the algorithms are telling you what decisions you should make. And we warned about this stuff in the Common Core book, because we pointed out that these tests were ultimately meant to be lifelong and to slot you into certain quote unquote life choices. And we can see what's coming. If you don't follow what your life choices predict you should follow, then you will be penalized financially, and that's tyranny. We cannot afford the mistake of taking the human out of the equation. That's the big fault of all of these transhumanists in the West. The whole rush has been to everything that dehumanizes. This is why I'm saying culture and human productivity in the cultural realm are probably the one card that we have left to play that could keep us from going off the deep end. All right. Now, Mate has just said something very interesting in the chat room. He said the paper I referred to in the beginning of my question was written by Anton Vino, the new head of staff of President Putin's staff. So there you have it, folks. Again, you have this kind of broadly Russian cosmos thinking in and around President Putin and his circles of advisors. And you're hearing it when he gives his Christmas Eve address, when he's talking about the cultural trends in the West and saying, we don't want to go there, we're not going to go there, and we sympathize with you, those of you in the West who understand that you don't want to go there either and don't have any real representation. He's playing all of this very, very carefully and very, very cagily. All right, now let's end up here with some submissions by Kelly M. and Chris Guygrr. 3 more to go here, folks. Kelly M. says, as Joseph, and she's sharing some interesting stuff here, folks. I'm not going to comment on this. These are her comments about a very interesting idea that she's had, and I agree with her. I have not found this in any of the physics literature I'm aware of. I'm certain there probably is some of this thinking in the physics literature, but it's not very widely discussed. She says, as Joseph and I have discussed several times, the 2 greatest problems of historical research are when things happened and what the time measurements were that were used in the calculation. These are called respectively chronology and metrology, and they are scientific disciplines of the highest order and importance. Each discipline, like paleontology, has its own metrology, and they are often at variance with what other disciplines say. This variance means that all measurements are subject to continuous revision. Working from the light confirmation that the asteroid belt represents some of the remains of a planet which exploded, called Tiamat or Krypton, a Saturn-sized Earth-like planet, one of the remaining questions is, when did that happen? A second question is, how can we confirm the date? The 2 candidate dates for this event chronicled in the Enuma Elish are 65 million years ago and 3.25 million years ago, and Hoagland favors the 65 million year date. The evidence on Earth for this is pretty substantial. The Enuma Elish specifically calls out genetically engineered monsters and the KT boundary event, whatever that ultimately was, and it is certainly big enough to satisfy the need for the event to be of sufficient magnitude. Dr. Tom Van Flandern, a naval astronomer of some skill, ran a supercomputer simulation for the positions of the planets and comets and major pieces of asteroids and ran it backwards. It did not point to 65 million years, it pointed to 3.25 million years ago, but only when Mars was designated a satellite of Tiamat, which was released when the planet exploded. But there is still a need for additional information to make the case stronger and the date tighter. One outstanding question with the potential to settle the matter involves the minor planet Ceres, which is a big asteroid, folks. It is part of the asteroid belt and was by far the largest object in it. Was Ceres a piece of Tiamat, an accretion of large pieces that came together in the aftermath? Was it another satellite of Tiamat, Or was it part of the armada, part of the net thrown around the planet before the spear was thrust into its heart? After all, Ceres' diameter is the same as the diameter of Iapetus, the moon of Saturn. The science of planetary formation describes a state of hydrostatic equilibrium, a fancy term meaning when does an object that behaves like silly putty form into a stable ball under the influence of its own gravity. The technical term is self-gravity. This happens with all objects with mass, but the time required declines as gravity increases. There is a certain threshold size for this to happen to planets. For objects with a large amount of water in them, the minimum diameter for them to become spherical is about 400 kilometers. For objects with a rocky composition, the minimum diameter for them to become spherical is about 600 kilometers. I've not done a deep dive on this, but I've reached a sort of Fermi level of confidence in what I'm about to say. Ceres is about 900 kilometers, and it seems to be about 50% water and 50% solid material. I've not confirmed this, but it is a guess, but I think it's a good enough guess that would indicate significant plasticity. Based on some calculations I've seen with respect to gravitational pressure, planetary differentiation, which is the process by which different types of material rise or fall toward the center of mass in the planetary structure in an early planet, and with some measurements of angular momentum of planetary bodies, it will only take a few million years for an object like Ceres to assume its spherical shape if it was part of the debris of the exploded planet. I assume that a larger body such as Ceres, Mimas, mostly water, is 400 kilometers, with its apparent composition, would happen more quickly because of the effect of self-gravity and its high water content. So the timing of Ceres' proposed delta to hydrostatic equilibrium matches well enough on the surface to Dr. Tom Van Flanders' timing for the loss of Tiamat. If the change to hydrostatic equilibrium took 10 million years, for example, and Ceres is debris, that would be a strike against Ceres being associated with the date of the event as claimed by Dr. Van Flanders. So in other words, folks, what Kelly is doing is she's coming up with a different method than Van Flanders to independently corroborate and verify that 3.2 million year ago date, which incidentally is the date I favored for the Cosmic War in my book, The Cosmic War, all right? If it was a satellite, it might show more debris on one side. But given its water content, the higher plasticity of water might have led to faster differentiation, meaning that a missing debris field on Ceres itself is not enough evidence that it was a satellite. I tentatively believe that it was not. Unlike Iapetus, it is not significantly carbonized on one side. The estimate does not eliminate the 65 million year date. It does not confirm nor eliminate the 3.25 million year date, but it would remain consistent with the hypotheses that Ceres was a remnant of Tiamat. I'm attracted to the 3.2 million date because it's within the realm of human memory. Lucy was found in Africa. Then Dr. Van Flanders' analysis of orbital mechanics says that that's when all the asteroid pieces and the long period comets come together, as does Mars's highly elliptical orbit. If we remember the KT boundary layer, not Homo sapiens sapiens, but the genus Homo, then perhaps we are looking at the two dates of the great wars of the worlds. Or our metrology is all wrong, and the dates are much sooner. I suspect that this is so. Make them so far out that no one gets any ideas. If the Permian boundary was 18 million years ago and the KT boundary was 8 to 10 million years ago and the destruction of Tiamat was 3.2 million years ago, then everything, and I mean everything, makes more sense on an intuitive basis. In the end, multiple points of data are brought together to narrow the date. That's how we solve the biggest problems of figuring out what happened, when it happened, and how we measure it. I get a bad case of eye jaundice every time I listen to a standard model scientist on heliohistory, as this kind of data would be a closely held and deeply meaningful secret if you were building your own Kardashev Class 2 system. And that's how she ends her comment. Let me just add one thing here, Kelly. And I like the Kardashev thing. Folks, you're going to have to think about that one, what she just said. It's a whopper doozy. It's a whopper doozy. Kelly, I'm going to add one little thing for you to think about since you mentioned metrology. Because you'll recall in the Cosmic War that I said the biggest problem of reconciling Van Flander's data for the Cosmic War and data on Earth is the fact that the data on Earth, if you look at the texts and accept them as serious chronological information, even when you accept them in their literal sense, they are talking about a cosmic war that occurred somewhere between 240 to 50,000 years ago and let me put it this way, about 12,000 years ago, or about 10,000 BC. All right. So in other words, the textual data, as I pointed out in the Cosmic War, the textual data you've got here on one hand. Now, of course, scientists will dismiss that immediately. I'm not so convinced that you can do that, but the textual data is over here. The geological data is the 65 million year date with the KT boundary, and the celestial mechanical data is at the 3.2 million year date. So we've got three types of data, all very discrete and all very different. Okay? The question is, how do we construct a chronology that can harmonize all three components? Okay? And I gave a hint in the Cosmic War, and you've given a hint there too in your comment. The problem is metrology. All right? And if the problem's metrology, then it's also a problem, if I can put it this way, of the harmonic series. Okay? And now I'm going to drop one name into this mix, and I know that it's probably going to trigger some thought, and that problem is Einstein. Okay? Now continuing, we get down to the last two comments of the day. Again, another comment from Ms. Kelly M. Pardon me, folks, got to take a swig of some tea here. All right, here we go. Ms. Kelly M says, yes, I've been at it again. I'm trying to put a sustained focus on reconciling the metaphor with consciousness and also with true physics. I was listening to David Bohm speaking about implicate order, and my mind was engaged in mental torsion, trying to extrude some insight about the medium itself, from the medium about itself. A few things Bohm said were relevant to the topological metaphor of the medium. A few other things cast it in a light that suggests some revisions to the model might be helpful. The first is that David Bohm described the essence of his theory of order. He suggested that the implicate or hidden information or explicit or visible information are connected by words. Essentially, he meant a conscious identity that bridges implicit and explicit. In the case of Helen Keller, for example, her recognition that running water and standing water were both water meant that she developed a word that allowed her to understand the implicate relationship between these two things. When I say information, I do not mean it in the abstract sense, but rather that even matter itself is an arrangement of information. No argument from me, Kelly. This is exactly what I think it is. It's an arrangement of information. Remember what I've been saying all along. What they're whirling around inside the Hadron Collider is what? Small packets of mathematical information. All right, they're not whirling around little billiard balls. Okay. Now it would make sense that word would be the perfect idea to make explicit the implicit. Why? Because the word in the order it describes focuses and directs consciousness to reveal implicitly in a kind of holographic reality where everything knows about everything because it has a pointer back to the information field. Okay? The abyss is not empty. Like black paint contains every color, the abyss contains all information. And the universe, in a sense, is a very old black hole, and we are all living on its surface. To us, to take us a little way into historic context, consider Genesis chapter 1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was without form and void, and darkness over the abyss, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters. If the Spirit over the face of the waters is the consciousness of God, then the partial differential in the topological metaphor, that's that little curly QD, folks. The partial differential in the topological metaphor is the Spirit of God on the surface of the waters. Yes, yes. Remember, Kelly, in Grid of the Gods, I lay out for you a table of philosophical, metaphysical, philosophical, and theological terms. And on the right side of that table, I give you their topological equivalent. Okay? Do you remember that? Think of it like a 3-layer spreadsheet. Pardon me, the medium of the Spirit of God is on the surface of the waters, the Spirit, and therefore consciousness itself is the interface between the implicit order of the medium and the explicit order of the universe. Think of it like a 3-layer spreadsheet. The partial differentials are in the middle spreadsheet, mapping the cells in the spreadsheet from spreadsheet 3, the abyss, into spreadsheet 1, the observable universe. Yes, 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 yes. And let me stop here, Kelly. Let me stop here. I want to point out to you that if you study the Neoplatonic philosophers, particularly the first big one, Plotinus, if you sit down and read his Aeneads, what does he tell you about the nous? Okay, you've got 3 elements. The 3 entities in Neoplatonic philosophy are the one, the nous, and the world soul. Okay? If you look at what Plotinus says about the one, well, the one's just the one. Okay? The nous, the second entity, the Greek term there, nous, is what? It means mind. And if you look at how Plotinus talks about mind, he's constantly emphasizing the knower and the thing known, okay? And it's precisely the mind which is the connective principle, the common surface between the one and the world soul, okay? Just thought I'd throw that out there for you. You go on to say it's interesting that Dirac and Pauli discussed virtual as the word to describe the in-between state between the Dirac sea and the universe of visible matter. From dictionary.com, the word virtue is from the Middle English, which in turn is from the Old French vertu, from the Latin virtus, valor, merit, moral perfection, and from the Latin word vir, or man, which also means goodness. So, this morally perfect layer of merit, also called vir or man, is the consciousness that exists exactly in the middle between the great implicit and the great explicit. That explains man being the key ingredient creating the experience of the observable universe. It is the bridge between the above and the below, as you've said. So your partial differential could be the layer we've been looking for. Now, I do not agree, nor do I suggest that the mind creates the universe, as that is a fall into materialism. I am saying that mind holographically creates the experience of the universe. And the similarity of human minds explains why, using words, we can discuss a common order. Curious here. I'm thinking you've already thought of this. I'm hoping I'm starting to catch up. Thank you for all the great content, and so on and so forth. All right, now, yeah, I have thought of it, and I'm going to throw one more thing in there, Kelly, before we get to Guygrr and close out today's vid chat. I'm going to throw one more thing in there. The topological metaphor of the medium is, and particularly that first common surface, all right, that very first one. If you look at the topological metaphor carefully, it's telling you the same thing that those physicists like Tiller and Tillerman and people like that have been wrestling with when they start talking about the anthropic cosmological principle. And you recall there's many very different versions of that principle, the strong one, the weak one, and the final one, and so on and so forth, right? And what got physicists looking into the anthropic principle of cosmology, of cosmological physics, was precisely the fact that they're trying to figure out why mankind, why the human being, dimensionally, in terms of its scale, seems to be in the mathematical mean, please hear me, in the mathematical mean of size between the very small world of quantum mechanics and its particles and the great big world of galactic clusters and the physical size of the universe. If you look at all of these dimensional constants, if you look at all of these scales of size, physically, mathematically, mankind lies almost exactly right in the middle. So in other words, in terms of a physical principle of size, of scale, mankind is the common surface in the middle. All right. So now that you've got that, go back and look at what the ancients say. Look at Vitruvian Man, all right? The famous picture of Vitruvian Man. What do the classical societies say that mankind is? Well, they say mankind is a microcosm. He's a little universe, all right? And you'll find an Orthodox Christian father that will say, by the same token then, the universe is a mak anthropos. It is a large man, okay? And again, what did the ancients say the universe was? Well, the ancients looked at the universe and said, that's not a machine, it's a living thing. Well, what do living things do? Well, living things as a body respond almost instantaneously at any point in the body. Okay? So just put that in the thinking cap, Kelly. All right. Folks, we have arrived at the end. We are finally to Chris Guygr's tome. And in order to make this tome seem less long than it really is, Herr Guygrr has put it in very small print. Okay. Guygrr, please have mercy on me. Shorten it up. Learn how to summarize. Okay, but here we go. He says, happy belated birthday. By the way, you only have to have yourself to blame for this submission and its length. Okay, I'll blame myself. Give me too long between vid chats to ruminate on any one topic and the words will just keep pouring out. Okay. So he says, Happy New Year's, fellow geezers. I finally decided to read Roswell in the Reich. And it is absolutely no surprise that all involved with so-called conspiracy literature are loath to talk about it. In it, Joseph utterly demolishes the arguments both of pro-ET believers and skeptics alike. Though I would also suggest the book is much more than that. It actually serves as a manual on how to construct a bulletproof argument from both textual, contextual evidence without reading into the text. So I now understand Joseph's comments regarding Gnosticism as a linguistic form of dialectical criticism in a whole new light. That said, today's submission stems partly from that book. Number one, art's parts. And Guygrr, I have to tell you, when I printed off your commentary here, and I looked down, I saw art's parts. I thought, oh no. Anyway, number one, art's parts. In April of 1996, Art Bell received a letter from, quote, an anonymous individual who claimed to be serving in the U.S. military and whose father was part of the secret recovery team at Roswell, unquote. Included in the letter were pieces of this so-called recovered material, which Art decided to then have scientifically tested. According to Korff, that's Karl Korff, the Roswell skeptic, the electron dispersion spectroscopy revealed that some of the samples were almost pure aluminum. The other items, various odd-shaped pieces of metal, consisted of silicon granules, iron, manganese, calcium, bismuth, and zinc. The presence of silicon granules jumped out at me. I bet they did. According to David Hudson, that is precisely what orbitally rearranged monatomic elements would show up as under spectroscopic analysis unless the burn was performed for a longer period of time at a very high temperature. Hope you just heard what Guygrr is saying here. He's saying the silicon in Art's parts might not be silicon, folks. Given the details of the Roswell debris, Nazi research, and modern-day creation of materials like impervium, do you think that the isomers would form a necessary component to exotic propulsion craft outside of the fuel source? How might this facilitate the suction of the boundary layer? Well, you wouldn't, number one, you wouldn't need isomers if you're doing something as simple as suctioning a boundary layer, okay? That you wouldn't need them for. However, isomers, let's just stop Guygrr and do a little thinking here. We've seen all of the stories about the EM drive, where Roger Sawyer, the British inventor, put a microwave generator inside of a conical cavity to create waveforms in the cavity that will ultimately result in a greater thrust on the narrow end of the cavity than on the big end, resulting in a reaction, okay? And he was roundly denounced for coming up with something that made no physical sense. Well, he's since responded on YouTube and outlined his physics thinking, and there's absolutely nothing in his thinking that violates any of the laws of physics, okay? Now, why am I going to the EM drive? Well, because an isomer, when it's destabilized, in other words, when the nucleus steps down from the state of spin that it's in down one level of quantum activity, when it does that, when it slows down, so to speak, it spits out gobs of energy in all directions relative to the plane. Please hear this, relative to the plane of the ecliptic of its rotation. Okay? So in other words, those rays are not going out at the poles of the rotation of axis of rotation. They're going out on the plane of the ecliptic. Okay? So could you use an isomer in a device like that where you are actually shaping the waves in a cavity to create energy, to create thrust? Answer, maybe. The reason why is that most of the radiation that's coming out of an isomer is in the form of gamma rays, and as most people know, gamma rays go through pretty much everything. Okay, so in other words, you'd have to have a material that somehow was impervious to gamma rays in order to create a cavity that would use gamma rays as a propulsion. All right, but in theory, in theory, I think, yeah, you could probably eventually could create a material that would be usable as a cavity for gamma ray radiation. And so you can forget about low energy microwaves. You've got gamma rays to play around with. And as a consequence, you've got a lot more thrust. Okay. All right. Let me continue. Given the details of the Roswell debris and modern day creation of materials, do you think that isomers would form a necessary component to exotic propulsion outside of the fuel source? Yeah, I just said that. So is this possibly how one can create a non-magnetic steel alloy? All right. Okay, Guygrr, since you're really crawling out onto the end of the twig of speculation, I'm going to crawl out there with you and say that if you're going to create that kind of material where the lattice structure of an ordinary alloy like steel is not going to be magnetizable, then the way you would have to do that is to create that material in a magnetic environment that is absolutely neutral. I'm not saying that it can be done, but that's my best guess of how it would be done. Now, there is a key here, and I hope you're paying attention to the gamma ray part, because magnets, ordinary ferrous-based magnets, iron or steel-based magnets, have a peculiar tendency, and that is they lose their magnetic properties when what happens to them? When they're subjected to what? High heat, right? And the reason why is when the metal is hot, the lattice structure of the crystal structure of the metal is in constant fast flux. So the lattice structure that's producing the magnetism breaks down, doesn't it? All right. Now, what would gamma rays produce if they're focused on a material able to absorb all the heat that they produce? Well, you'd have a non-magnetic material, wouldn't you? All right. So you're on the right track here. That's all I can say. Question number 2. This he calls an interesting tidbit. Frank Kaufman was one Roswell witness with a questionable, ever-changing story. Like Walter Mitty, he allegedly turns up at multiple crucial junctures in the Roswell dialectic. Not only did he allegedly observe the crash on radar as a member of a secret elite military unit, but he was also at the crash site and was even a member of the team that seeded the recovered, UFO technology into American industry. Needless to say, Kaufman's story has been discredited by most skeptics and pro-ET researchers alike. However, according to Carl Flock, Kaufman also claimed to have been a member of a special UFO recovery and study unit, which he called the Nine. There they are again, the Nine. But what are they doing turning up in relation to Roswell? I don't exactly know when Kaufman made that claim, but by the early 90s and the emergence of the revisionist scenario at the hands of Randall and Schmidt, Kaufman would have been a very old man. If he was just some wacky guy looking for 15 minutes of fame, chances are he would never have heard of the Nine. Therefore, he must have been on the inside to some degree. Might this be a subtle hint at who is in control of the Roswell dialectic to this very day? What do you suspect is the relationship between the Nine, the Nazi International, and Roswell? Do they oppose each other? Does the Nine lurk behind the Nazis, or did the Nazis lurk behind the Nine? I personally, Guygrr, I don't see any relationship between the Nine and this Nazi International I've been talking about, other than by the time that you get the Nazis over into this country and hovering around American black projects, they might bump into each other. But I don't think that there's any organizational or conceptual connection here that we need to be concerned about. However, what I find interesting here is precisely as you observed, that Kaufman, if he did indeed say that, would the timing of it would seem to indicate that, yeah, he had some knowledge of this group before it became a well-known group. And that raises some very interesting questions. I do grant you that. At this point, I don't know exactly what that would mean. I'd have to stop and think about that for a while, because just like you demon has said in the chat room, this, you know, this could be another case of the nine are involved with everything, you know, sort of scenario. All right, now, number 3, Genesis. Your quotation in Roswell and the Reich is, quote, the well-known novelist and flying saucer researcher W.A. Harbinson, best known for his best-selling novel Genesis, which recounts the efforts of a post-war Nazi saucer project under the command of a fanatical American engineer named Wilson to dominate the world, mentions in the novel that the extraordinary details contained in it were in fact based on actual research and documentation, unquote. Harbinson's statement that his novel is based on actual research and documentation is eerily similar to the claim made by C.S. Lewis in Out of the Silent Planet. Connections can be drawn between the title of Harbinson's work and Lewis's Paralandra, as well as his penchant for a form of biblical criticism. Do you think there is any connection between the two stories, or Harbinson's character Wilson and Lewis's character Weston? Guygrr, I'm doffing my hat. And I'll tell you why, and you hit it right on the nail right on the head. When I first read Harbinson's novel, that's the first thing that popped out at me. It's merely an intuition. I have no evidence that the two men knew each other, meaning Lewis and Harbinson. And I have no evidence that in Lewis's case, other than the very peculiar statements at the end of Out of the Silent Planet, that he's basing this on reality. But I do suspect that somewhere in the mix there is a kernel of reality in what Lewis was doing, as I also say the same thing about Harbinson, and Harbinson says as much by his own admission. And if that's the case, Guygrr, then you're dealing with a kind of Walter Bosley Nimza scenario, that these guys stumbled across something somewhere that looks very much, has the same feel, so to speak, as what my friend Walter Bosley has been talking about. So I don't discount the idea, but I just want to stress here, Guygrr, I have absolutely no evidence that these guys are coming up with fiction in such a coincidental way that has the same type of character involved in them. I do think, let me put it differently, I do think that it is possible for people involved in creative arts like fiction, like science fiction, to, so to speak, pick up themes in the ether and publish things that have some strong resemblances to each other, which means that it's not merely coincidental, but it also means that they're not necessarily referring to the same piece of actually existing kernels of truth. So it is possible we're looking at what Wolfgang Pauli or Carl Jung would have called a synchronicity. But if it's a synchronicity, then, you know, the problem is the synchronicities arise precisely because you have these constructs of information in the ether. And then if you have constructs of information in the ether, like Kelly M is saying, and like David Bohm was saying, those constructs eventually manifest in a real way. Okay, but my intuition is, yes, there's some kernel in reality, not just in the ether, that these two guys, one, Harbinson's Irish, Lewis was Irish, and subsequently an Oxford Don. So that in itself suggests to me that there may be a kernel of truth here that is lurking behind both stories. Let's put it that way. I doff my hat for making that connection. I've never talked about it because it sounds, to be honest with you, Guygrr, it sounds so outlandish when you stop and think of it, because the science fiction of these two men is widely different in other respects. Lewis has a spiritual purpose in mind. Harbinson has a put the message out there in fiction form purpose in mind. Okay. All right, number 4. This is interesting, folks, after all of that, because he says number 4, it's high octane time. So what you just had wasn't high octane speculation, folks. All right. Lieutenant Colonel Philip Corso served double duty in his book The Day After Roswell. On the one hand, he argued an extraterrestrial interpretation of the event, but on the other, he pointed a subtle finger towards Nazi Germany. One element of recovered technology that he argued was seeded into the American industry was the nuclear propulsion of aircraft. Most of us are aware of the falsity of the post-war Allied legend that the Nazis were much more advanced in physics than the public has been led to believe. In support of this claim, you state the following, quote, "There was another bombshell that Augustin dropped, and it was a doozy. He reports that in 1948, a group of American nuclear scientists from its Atomic Energy Commission was secretly exploring some of the underground installations of Kammler's secret weapons think tank Empire in Germany. These scientists were, quote, connected to a very secret program," and here I'm quoting Augustin now, quote, "The Hush Hush program was code-named NEPA, the Nuclear Energy Propulsion for Aircraft, and was popularly referred to as the Lexington Project. It has been set up with a multi-million-dollar budget in light of the newly available intelligence reports on the wartime work done by German scientists at Skoda, the Junkers aircraft factory at Dessau, and by other groups. The project was headed by Walter G. Whitman, the head of the Department of Chemistry at the Massachusetts Institute for Technology," unquote, unquote. Ding, ding, ding. The bells started blaring in my head. Guess who else worked at MIT in the engineering department during the exact same period, and as my research has borne out, was also involved in the recovery of Nazi technology? None other than Dr. John G. Trump, uncle to the Donald himself. Throughout the presidential campaign, Donald frequently made suggestive comments in reference to his uncle, a few of which can be found in, quote, Trump's Nuclear Uncle, unquote, an April 2016 article by The New Yorker. The authors brush off his statements with condescension and as those that only an ignorant, unstable person would make. However, I don't think that's the case. Guygrr, I don't think that's the case either. I agree with you. Some of Donald's odd statements, quote, "My uncle used to tell me about nuclear before nuclear was nuclear," unquote, Trump said in one interview. Quote, "What is strange is that Donald Trump couples tales of how he received early secret word from his uncle that nuclear weapons were dangerous and getting more so. Quote, he would tell me there are things happening that could be potentially so bad for the world in terms of weaponry," unquote, he told the Boston Globe. In regards to nuclear proliferation, quote, "Can I be honest with you? It's going to happen anyway. It's going to happen anyway. It's only a question of time," unquote. It gets stranger still when Trump invokes the bomb as a way to dismiss talk of climate change. Quote, "The only global warming I'm worried about is nuclear global warming," unquote. Was he thinking of the nuclear winter but got it backward? It may be, as is so often the case, that looking for the logic in Trump's comments is a pointless exercise. That is, unless he's talking about weather warfare. At one rally, Trump seems to bounce back and forth between different strains of thought, but where most would see a poor speaker, I see someone that is frustrated because he can't come out and say what he actually wants to say. Quote, now you look at the nuclear government, the thing that really bothers me. It would have been so easy, and it's not, and here he stutters, it's not as important as these lives are. Nuclear is so powerful. My uncle explained to me many, many years ago, the power, and that was 35 years ago. He would explain the power of what was going to happen, and he was right. Who would have thought, unquote. Last but not least, and in my mind connected to the above, are the comments that Donald made about the collapse of the towers on the day of 9/11 itself. As someone familiar with skyscraper instruction, he insisted it was impossible for mere airplanes to have caused the collapse of the World Trade Center. So who was his uncle, John G. Trump? Well, for starters, he was not a nuclear physicist. John Trump received his doctorate in electrical engineering at MIT in 1933. In 1936, he became a professor at the same school. In his early years, he was engaged with Professor R.J. Van de Graaff in the study of the voltage insulation properties of high vacuum and compressed gases. Voltage, insulation, and compressed gases. And here I'm thinking, does this ring a bell? But anyway, to continue with Guygrr, and in the application of the Van de Graaff electrostatic generator to the production of X-rays for use in medicine. He was noted for the development of rotational radiation therapy and designed one of the first 1,000,000-volt X-ray generators used in cancer therapy. During the war years, he devoted his efforts to vital war technologies. In 1940, he became the technical aide to Dr. K.T. Compton, then president of MIT and chairman of the radar division of the newly created National Defense Research Committee. In 1942, he was made secretary of the Microwave Committee of the National Defense Research Committee. And in charge of the committee was his good friend, renowned physicist Alfred E. Loomis. The committee was in charge of overseeing technologies for the detection of aircraft and ships. Thanks to their efforts, in 1 year's time, they managed to reduce the number of Allied ships sunk per month by German U-boats from over 100 to less than 10. Can you say Philadelphia experiment? Later that year, he was appointed director of the British branch of the Radiation Laboratory, where he served until the end of the European phase of the war and was essential to many breakthroughs in radar technology of the period. Remember, folks, this is all Donald Trump's uncle. He also served as a member of General C.A. Spatz's advisory specialist group on radar, which was heavily involved in the Foo Fighter sightings of the period. Trump even rolled into a newly liberated Paris, sitting directly next to Eisenhower in his motorcade. After World War II, he was made director of MIT's fledgling Radiation Laboratory, or RAD Lab as it was known. However, much like Donald's references to his nuclear physicist uncle, the name of the laboratory was chosen to be deceptive. It created the perception to those on the outside that the lab was working on nuclear physics, but in reality, they were working on very advanced microwave physics. Is it therefore also possible that the nuclear energy for propulsion's name was chosen to cloak a program for the electromagnetic propulsion of aircraft? And my answer, given what you've outlined there, Guygrr, would have to be yes, okay? So let me continue. Immediately prior to his demise and fostering quiet concern among the establishment, Tesla alleged to have perfected his death ray weapon. Upon his mysterious death, the papers and experiments that belonged to him were seized by the government, and of all people, Dr. Trump was called in to analyze them. After a 3-day study, he reported to the FBI, quote, Tesla's thoughts and efforts during the past 15 years were primarily of a speculative, philosophical, and somewhat promotional character, often concerned with the production and wireless transmission of power, but did not include new, sound, workable principles or methods for realizing such results, unquote. Coincidentally, the FBI decided to tweet about and release the entirety of their confiscated Tesla files in the days leading up to the election. In those files, previously unreleased in its entirety, is Dr. Trump's report. Yep, he decided Tesla was a quack, nothing to see here, move along. As if that conclusion wasn't suspicious enough, in a 1982 interview given by Dr. Trump himself to the American Institutes of Physics, he details how, at the end of the war, quote, a group of us were flown around to various commands to visit with people at all levels, and it was very clear what we were doing. We were in a very good rapport with the military at all levels. Whereas we also interviewed the so-called German inventor of radar and heard his tale, which was totally different. The German scientists were not regarded by Hitler, and the military did not consider them important. They were thrust into ordinary warfare and given guns, and many of them disappeared before they realized that they were going to have a technological problem that needed these people, unquote. Significantly, much of this information quoted in Roswell and much of the information quoted in Roswell and the Reich regarding Nazi technological advances comes from post-war intelligence investigations made by the British, whom Trump worked with extensively, though he continued to parrot the standard post-war Allied legend. The Germans weren't all that technologically advanced, they didn't value science, and that's why they lost the war. But wait, there's more. When I did a search for some of Trump's scientific papers, not only are many of them on concepts of physics relevant to Nazi research, such as magnetic field shaping, the compression of gases under high voltage, does that ring a bell? And particle acceleration, but one such paper, New Developments in High Voltage Technology, dated 1967, is actually hosted on CERN's very own website. Again, keep in mind, this is the guy that invented rotational radiation therapy. So what do we have here? Trump is most definitely aware of much more than he's being given credit for, including the fact that there is a secret and hidden side of physics. But given the circles his uncle traveled in, he is likely also well aware of the existence of our good friends, the Nazi International. In regards to all of the above, it is worth drawing attention to the Back to the Future series. The first film is significant due to its numerous 9/11 synchronicities, but the second is even more so, where Biff is a real estate casino mogul, hairdo and all, who makes his fortune using a book that details the winning bets from the future. Biff is the protagonist in the movie, but life doesn't always imitate art. Unfortunately, what is not yet clear, and what I'm concerned with finding the answer to, is whether Donald Trump plays the good guy or the bad guy in our own story. This is where I go way overly long and travel somewhat tangential to the main theme. So aside from your general thoughts on all of the above, I have the following question and position. The hidden physics tech needs to be rolled out soon for a multitude of reasons. Yes, the Black Projects crowd definitely has very advanced weaponry and propulsive technologies, but the larger problem is, in my opinion, the state of our environment and how that is coupled to the health of our species. In truth, that is what Obamacare is ultimately about. The program was a last-ditch attempt to take stock of the health crisis that is already affecting the entire population. If they are looking at the same biological metrics that I have access to, then they've realized that there truly isn't much time to remedy the situation. But in order to do so, they need to share the hidden physics concepts with a larger pool of creative minds. As was exemplified by the UFO Disclosure Project of DeLong and Lavenda, with its close affiliation to Podesta and the Democratic Party, that faction intended to attribute the genesis of the soon-to-be-revealed technology to the work of the Nazis. However, with all the recent activity surrounding our southernmost continent, it occurred to me that whatever is found in Antarctica would offer both plausible deniability and an alternative to the Nazi origins of these hidden physics concepts. Therefore, do you think the publicly sanctioned origins of this technology played a major role in the election? Given the events of the last couple of months and in the light of the above, do you think either Trump or his administration is part of or being manipulated by the Nazi International? What team does he possibly unwittingly truly play for? Is the ultimate motivation behind muddying the origins of the technology an effort to save face despite an intention to do good, or does some other sinister force lurk behind the entire apparatus? Wow. All right. I am, needless to say, not in agreement with you that Obamacare was to deal with some looming global health crisis. I think it's nothing but yet another power grab by liberal progressives pretending to be for the people when all they're really for is the corporations and less individual human freedom over individual medical decisions. But when you get to the question of hidden technology, and Nazi connections and roots for it, and Trump and his increasingly mysterious looking uncle, I have to tell you that the more I look at it, there is something with there is something lurking in the background of the Trump campaign that I don't think I personally have yet put my finger on. I'm not willing at this juncture to go so far as to say it's Walter Bosley's NIMSA or My Nazi International. I already do think that Trump represents that part of the deep state that is composed of the mafia, elements of the intelligence community, primarily agencies that are not CIA associated directly with the CIA, things like the NRO, the NSA, the DIA, ONI, and so on. And that what you're looking at with Trump is a real factional infighting between the neocon, neoliberal crowd within the American government. And that crowd has its ties deeply with the progressive left. It has its ties deeply historically with the what I've been calling the Sullivan and Cromwell crowd, the American fascist crowd essentially, and the Nazi International. So Trump's uncle here, for me, Guygrr, is a real wild card. I don't know what to make of this. And usually when you're confronted with cases like that, that means you have to go back and re-examine your initial premise. I think the real question here that you are raising is, to what extent is Donald Trump personally aware of the undercurrents of a hidden technology and a breakaway civilization? And my personal view, and it's partly based on a little bit of evidence and it's partially based on a lot of intuition, Guygrr, my personal view is that this was a peculiar election precisely because with both of the major candidates, Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump, that you had two candidates that are known to be interested in these types of topics like UFOs and so on and so forth. Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton both have a keen interest in it. Her emails, Podesta's emails, reveal this interest. And I found that it was unique, absolutely, in American history, that this was an election, if you looked at it, that had the component of the alternative research community hovering in the background of both candidates. And, you know, not to coin a pun with hovering. With Trump, what I thought was absolutely unique was, unlike Hillary, Trump was successful. And I'm not trying to place blame on Hillary or to say that she really seriously attempted to do these things, because she did not. But with Trump, on the other hand, you had a candidate that very deliberately at key points in the Republican primary dropped in themes and memes that could only have come from an awareness of the research that the alternative community put out. For example, his statements to Jeb Bush and 9/11 being an inside job. That is straight out of the 9/11 Truth Community playbook. And for him to do that in a national venue, in a presidential race, in a presidential debate, was absolutely unprecedented. The reaction of the corporate-controlled media to that was, well, there's Trump going off again and showing what a fool and idiot he is and shooting from the hip. I had exactly the opposite point of view when he did that. I thought, holy cow, somebody is giving him information and coaching him on when to drop these little time bombs into the discussion. And the reaction of Jeb Bush when he did that, if you'll recall, was just disbelief. It was horror that that had been broached in a presidential debate. And days later, Jeb Bush is out of the race. He ain't going there. He's not staying in for that slugfest. Trump is a rich enough man and has enough connections to be able to get information like that. And the other thing that really emerged during the campaign that told me that, yes, he's very well aware, was his persistent appearance on radio and internet shows like Alex Jones, like Michael Savage, and so on. He was deliberately going out of his way to woo and court that entire alternative research community, the so-called alt-right media. That's why the mainstream media and the political elites in both political parties are so terrified. There's no doubt in my mind he was getting intelligence. He's probably done his own research and so on. And with his uncle in the picture, that just sort of solidifies it for me. He knows a heck of a lot more than he's talking publicly. Later in the campaign, he did the same exact thing to Senator Cruz when he dropped that little bombshell in. Oh, by the way, your father, didn't he know Lee Harvey Oswald back in New Orleans? You know? And again, the media exploded. They accused him, you know, well, this is a fake story. And then some researcher, I forget who it was, went out and looked at that story, and lo and behold, it was factual, and the mainstream media dropped that story faster than a hot potato. Nothing more was heard about it. What happened to Ted Cruz? His funds dry up. He drops out of the race. So Trump let a couple of things out during the campaign that were real zingers. And that tells me that this guy is not a guy that the political elites are going to be able to control too easily. The third thing about Trump that I've noticed that is very peculiar, and this began as an issue, and again, this was an issue they tried to raise and it went away They couldn't go anywhere with it. They couldn't get it to produce any traction. And that is that Trump kept his own private security and hired ex-military guys to be his private security in addition to the Secret Service. And when he was queried about it, he says, no, I'm not giving up my personal security. And he's kept that personal security. Now, more recently, we've seen the story emerge that there's even speculation that Russian Spetsnaz are running security interference for him. And again, I don't think Trump would know about that. I have no idea, even if he did, whether he'd approve of it or not, but that indicates to you that we're looking at some very strange political alignments. The caution part of me says that if you look at Trump's appointments of Goldman Sachs related people, and even one particular fellow, I forget what his name was, that at one time apparently even worked for the Soros Foundation and then went to Goldman Sachs. The appointment of all these people with that investment banking house, which is so deeply intertwined with what I call the Sullivan and Cromwell American fascist crowd, you know, the fascism of the left crowd, that's what gives me caution, because that is, in a way, like as you're suggesting in your question, that is in a way crawling into bed with the Nazi International. But on the other hand, he's got all these other people around him that to my mind just wouldn't operate at all, knowingly or unknowingly, in that kind of atmosphere. People like Tillerson, Ben Carson, what's his name, the press guy, and Trump is saying these very elite oligarchy sorts of things, and apparently means them and means to do something about them. So, you know, we're getting these mixed messages. So I'm wondering, you know, are we looking at more of the same, or does the presence of these people in his administration, does that presence mean, well, the elites realize that they can't continue on the same track that they've been on, and we might as well throw in with Trump and get as much traction with his agenda as we can, otherwise we're just simply going to be irrelevant. I don't know what this means, quite honestly. I really don't. That's why I say I'm on the caution side of cautious optimism, all right? So your guess is as good as mine. The presence of his uncle in this mix is, to me, the most interesting, fascinating thing. And clearly his uncle, as you're suggesting, Guygrr, is deliberately couching his evaluations in a completely idiotic way compared to the actual reality of things. So in other words, that tells me his uncle was a breakaway civilization insider from the get-go. And if that's the case, that means Donald Trump has an easy in to those people and may know a heck of a lot of things that we don't know. Time is going to tell, folks. Time is going to tell. Wow. Krazani asked in the chat room a really good question. I wonder what the body count is on attempted assassinations between the election and the inauguration. Good question. It's interesting to me, Krazani, that Mr. Trump has, you know, basically kind of sequestered himself in Trump Tower. He has not made that many trips to Washington, D.C., other than to meet with the president and a few other people. They have been going to him. So, you know, this is an administration the likes of which I've never seen coming into office. And like I say, it's unusual in another sense because he's already done things without even being president yet. You know, so I don't know what to make of it. Quite honestly, I'll tell you what. You know, I tell you what I'm grateful for is that she's not in office. But what are we looking at here? I honestly don't know. You know, it's even got Catherine Fitz baffled in terms of what's the financial picture here. It's hard. Chartreuse says she just sent me a question here, so let me. All right. Chartreuse just sent this question. She said, shortly after Trump's election, you and Catherine Fitz said that we, the Giza and Solari communities, needed to think up ways to control or influence the media's narratives. Now we have the WikiLeaks emails that should be discussed, but the media is exclusively concerned with the messenger, Russia, and not the message, the content of the emails, precisely. Even the alternative media seems obsessed with who sent the documents and not what's in them. How can refocus the dialogue? Your ideas would be helpful. Good question, Chartreuse. I would say that if you're going to refocus things, you have to take an active role, particularly with the so-called alternative media, or what I'm calling the free and independent media, and simply start focusing questions on them. You know, why are you covering this? What's actually in the emails? Why aren't you talking about what's in the emails rather than where the origin of the emails comes from? In other words, you have to continue the popular pressure, even on the so-called alternative media. You have to continue the pressure. Excuse me. And let me see here in the chat room. Dhar3 says, should this make us feel better or worse? Well, you know, that's your reaction to what's going on, and what we're saying here has to be your own. You know, if my reaction, I'll tell you what my reaction is. I have cautious optimism, erring on the side of caution. I think it's too early to say, simply on the basis of his appointments, what he's going to do, and that this is just another sellout. But I do acknowledge the danger is there, the possibilities there. We simply have to wait and see what he's going to do. For me, the key is, what is he going to say in his State of the Union? What, at that point, he has to lay a number of cards on the table as to what he wants to do and how he wants to get there. Now, we know a lot of it's infrastructure because he's already gone out and gets SoftBank in Japan to commit to the tune of some $23 billion in this infrastructure project. And even the Chinese have come out and said, yeah, we want to be in on your infrastructure project. So, you know, I think it's too early to get all upset and undermine any chance he has of doing anything on the basis of being upset with who he's appointing. But on the other hand, the appointments themselves, you have to look at and say, yeah, we could be looking at that scenario, or we could be looking at this scenario. And yeah, you just have to wait and see. The reason I still am optimistic is that regardless of what you think of the man, already there have been significant sea changes. You can feel them happening right now. He's gone out, he's done certain things, carriers not moving. Ford says, oh, we're building our plant in Michigan, not Mexico, but it has nothing to do with the election of Trump. You know, of course it does. The Japanese coming on board. So he's already accomplishing things, and he's not even got the authority really to do it. He's just doing it. So, you know, he's not waiting around, you know, for the official inauguration, you know, the right hand on the Bible and taking the oath of office. He's out there doing it. So, you know, that's optimistic. He's said and done certain things that give me hope that he's not going to pander to the corporate media like every president thus far has done. He's made it very clear. The other thing that I think is very interesting, he's continuing to tweet. In other words, he's continuing to deal directly via the social media with the people and bypass the corporate media filters, truth filters altogether. I think that's very encouraging. Ben Carson in HUD, you know, when I heard that, I thought, holy cow, you know, talk about putting someone with honesty, integrity, and some brains into a corrupt cesspool. That was it, you know. So, you know, you get all these mixed messages. Yeah, and he and Putin are writing love notes, as Eudemonus just said in the chat room. Yeah, and the RFK Jr. thing, when I heard that, I just thought, okay, talk about a shrewd political move from just any way you parse it, to go to the Kennedy family, the most liberal of the liberals, and get, RFK Jr. to be willing to be involved in an investigation of big pharma and vaccines. That's, to me, that's very heartening. But again, I'm cautiously heartened because, will that just be another whitewash committee, like government committees usually turn out to be? So I'm just sort of sitting back and waiting, But I'll tell you one thing, I don't feel like I have to, Catherine and I were talking the other night, and we were both saying, I was fearful for my life, Catherine, if Hillary got elected. And I said, I was too. I was fearful for my livelihood, for my life. I mean, Obamacare has absolutely devastated me financially. I don't care what you say about good intentions from these progressivist leftists. It has devastated me. So, I have no use for it. I have no use for them. I have no use for their social programs, because all it does is it takes money out of people working and puts it into the hands of people not working. Bottom line. So I don't know. But I don't feel like I have the sword of Damocles hanging over me in quite the same way as I felt, contemplating a Hillary Clinton presidency. Yeah, Guygrr puts it very well. We have RFK Jr. on one side, and we have the new head of the Securities and Exchange Commission coming right out of Sullivan and Cromwell. So what are we to make of this? Is Donald Trump playing the is he playing the hold your friends close, hold your enemies closer card? Is this the financial elite realizing that they've just taken a drubbing and we'd better get our influence and people in this new administration, otherwise we're toast? Is that what's going on? Is Trump appointing all these people because he's planning to do a Yeltsin era style rape and pillage and privatization of the assets of the country? Is that what's in store? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Krasani says there may have been, a purge if Hillary had gotten into office. I think lots of people would have been disappeared. Yeah, that was my fear too. And my same exact fear. And, now Hillary wants to run for mayor of New York. And my opinion is she only wants to do that so she can get her hands on the NYPD investigations and do a lot of paper shredding. Because they are the Clintons are in deep, 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 deep doo-doo. Doo-doo. Yeah. Who knows? I don't know. A lot of what we see going on with Trump and the panic is simply the fact that he now has his hands on the levers of government. He's got his hands, to paraphrase Catherine Fitz, on the control files. So all I can say is it's going to be an interesting time. The DC National Guard, I'm not so suspicious of, because Trump came out and ordered all Obama ambassadorial appointees to submit their resignations by January 20th. So, it's going to be interesting. That's all I can say. And probably Hillary wants to get into New York so she can find out more about the business dealings of Donald Trump, and use the typical Clinton sleaze method of dealing with things. Yeah, Krasani said it best. Paradigm changes are never dull. And I think you know, like it or not, Donald Trump or not, we're going through a paradigm change, guys. That's all there is to it. And, you know, if he doesn't deliver politically, then don't expect the political phenomenon at the popular level behind him to go away. It won't. It'll just get more mad. Chartreuse asks, do you think anyone will deal with Pizzagate? What I'm more interested in, Chartreuse, is with Sessions in the Department of Justice and James Comey, I think, hanging by a very, very delicate thread right now. With Sessions at Justice, a lot is going to depend on how much investigation he actually authorizes into all of this. Now, if it were me, if I were Trump, I'd say, yeah, go after everybody. The whole 9 yards. Go after everybody. We want to find out this business about Department of Homeland Security and federal elections. We want to find out about the voter fraud and who perpetrated it. We want to find out about the Clinton Foundation. We want to find out about Soros and all of his murky. We want everything investigated. If that's what I would do. So anyway, what's the Queen having died recently? The Buckingham Palace has come out and said that the Queen has devolved a lot of her a lot of her functions to other members of the royal family. I suspect what that means is Prince Charles, Prince Harry, Prince William. Yeah, the Queen may be sick. I don't know. I don't know. All right, Lady Dashwood, thank you for coming, and you have a good night. Yeah, Trump can drop a lot of bombs. He can keep them very, very busy. I don't get Comey either. Comey has hurt himself in more ways than one. So we'll see. Okay, guys, I'm going to stick around and smoke a few more cigarettes with you guys. Then I've got to go eat. I've got lots of stuff I got to do, too. But the first thing I have to do is cook myself dinner. Yeah, the papal showdown with the Knights of Malta. There's going to be a showdown in the Vatican. I can feel it coming. The new St. Vladimir statue was opened near the Kremlin. Introduced deeply moving speech by Putin. Oh yeah, Prince Vladimir of Kiev is regarded in Russia, along with Saint Cyril and Methodius, as being the founders of the Russian nation. It was Saint Vladimir that adopted Orthodox Christianity in the Ukraine, which of course subsequently spread to the rest of Russia. So he's regarded as kind of a founder of, you know, kind of like George Washington. He's regarded as a founder not only of the nation, but of the national religious culture. So he's very, very important in Russia. Guygrr says, I wonder if the Queen will skip over Charles and give it to William. She cannot give her succession. The only thing that could happen is Charles would have to abdicate his right to the throne. You know, and Charles is a major factor behind the scenes in British politics. He will not be a monarch that simply is content to sit and do nothing and wear the crown and open parliament. He's just not that kind of guy, I can tell you. You know, and the Queen herself, you know, the Queen has been very subtle, but she has ruled when she has to rule. There's no doubt about it. The Nazi, I think, was Harry, yeah. Katu, I didn't say hello to you, Katu, so welcome. And K-Tower, welcome to K-Tower. Brain Fog, welcome to Brain Fog. And Michael in Fairfield. So welcome to Mike. P-Bud is joining us from Warsaw. Welcome to Warsaw. So we've got Poland in the mix here tonight too, guys. So anyway, yeah, the Queen apparently appears to be in some sort of ill health because she has devolved a lot of her functions on other members of the royal family, and my guess means that's Charles and Harry and William. And it is true, as far as I'm aware, Elizabeth has not been seen publicly in a while. Anyway, lots going on, folks. Just so much. Just so much. Oh, geez. Folks, I just checked on my Facebook wall, and Walter Bosley just sent me an image in an instant message from a Marvel comic book in 1983, and it shows two twin towers, apparently in New York City, all broken and crumbling. You know, they've been decimated, with a Nazi flag flying above them. Oh, geez. Oh, wow. Anyway, Elizabeth was seen at church last week, the first time in weeks. Well, that's, you know, that's an indication that she's perhaps beginning to fail. You know, she's had a very long reign, almost, if I remember, almost as long as Queen Victoria. But anyway, it's hard for me to keep up. There's so much commentary now going on in the chat room. It's hard for me to keep up with what everybody's talking about. Jello Biafra says it looks like Obama is poisoning the well with anyone now friendly between Russia and the U.S. Yep. Yep. Trying to mess things up, you know, smash the china before you leave. It certainly looks like a last-ditch demolition operation, but I don't think any of it's going to work. Grzani says the outgoing administration is so irrelevant and they hate it. Well, maybe so. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows, guys? It's always been hard for me to read Obama. Oh, wow. That was quite a vid chat, guys. I want to thank you all for just some really, really good questions and comments, especially the comments, the analysis that you guys are doing. It's just really, really good stuff. You know, the curious thing to me about Obama was that he looked at one point like he was going to do some good. You know, I looked at the fact that he had Ted Sorensen advising him in his 2008 campaign, and then he gets into office and there's like this complete sea change, and it just baffles me. And there was, you know, all the strange stuff that kept happening. Now, they were really good topics and comments. Yeah, K-Tower says the best I can think of Obama is he's caught in a trap. And I think that's a lot of it. I think that's a lot of it. Welcome to BB in the chat room, joining us late. Welcome to BB. Obama looks like he's had his soul removed. There's something that has happened to him in office that's kind of baffling. Yeah, the problem. Yeah, Eudemus says Obama never got beyond hope, and that's all the hopefuls got. Yep, that's pretty much it. You know. But you know, it says a lot that his biggest contender for the Democratic nomination was Hillary Clinton, and again, people rejected her. So you know, that was kind of a presaging. Chartreuse says, "What did you mean when you and Catherine said Obama might be sacrificed or abandoned by the powers that be?" I don't even remember when I said that, Chartreuse, so I'd have to know more of the context to remember what we were thinking. I don't remember it right off the top of my head. There were times I felt like he was being set up and kind of abandoned, and you know, his whole appointment to Hillary Clinton to the Secretary of State, that was a fix. I mean, you know, that was the Clinton machine turning on the Jews, and I think that in a large part derailed his administration because, and I've always been suspicious of this, Obama, when he ran, of course, he was running on hope and change, and during his campaign, he made a big issue out of jobs and the poor economy. And then he gets into office, he appoints Hillary Clinton to be Secretary of State, and what's the first thing he wants to do right out the gate? And that's Obamacare. And I suspect that was not coming from him. I suspect that was coming from Clinton. Remember, back in the day, we had the first attempt at it was Hillary Care. And when she got in to his administration, you know, bang, where did the jobs go? You know, where did the economy focus of the Obama campaign disappear to? You know, so I've always been suspicious that even that was a little indicator that he was under some pressure. All right, Freefall, thanks for joining us down there in Australia. Have a good one. At the end of the year-end review part 2. I'd have to go back and listen to that, Chartreuse. I just don't remember. You got to remember, folks, I do so many interviews. It is very difficult for me to keep up with everything. I just can't do it anymore. Anyway. So somebody, Harvey's Barnes says Trump was ashen and lacking his usual bravado. I don't remember what that circumstance was. Oh, in the Solari year-end review, Obama being erratic and acting scared. Yes, I do remember that content. That now. Well, quite frankly, he is acting erratic and scared. He's not an irrational man, and he's acting to me like he's not himself. In other words, that he's doing things under orders. And the question is, from whom? you know, the whole Obama administration has been about puppetry and theater. And I go back to this scenario that I've painted just in the last couple minutes, that, you know, the Obamacare thing right out the gate after Hillary was appointed was so contradictory to what he ran on. It was like someone said, no, we don't want you to do this, we want you to do this. So, oh, Trump's meeting at the White House. I didn't see that. I did not see that. So I don't know what to make of it. You know, I'm not doubting that he was ashen looking, but you know, maybe Obama told him something, you know, privately between the two of them. Who knows? I don't know. Who knows? Maybe they revealed some control file on Trump and said, you know, you better do this and that, or otherwise we're this. I don't know. It's hard to read. It's hard to read. I'm going to finish this cigarette, guys. Have one more cigarette with you, then I'm going to go make dinner. Got to do some cooking tonight. I'll have to look at that White House meeting on YouTube, guys, and see what you're talking about. Because again, I don't have television. Yeah, it's sounding a bit like Jimmy Carter. When they told him about the UFOs, allegedly, Jimmy Carter just broke down and wept. Was there discussion of Obama's federalization? Not earlier in the Vidchat, but we did mention it somewhere. Amy B says that Trump referred to our high-flying assets during the press conference after the meeting. That's interesting. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Well, maybe Trump had a similar UFO disclosure to Jimmy Carter, and you know, there for a while there was discussion about Hillary. If she got into office, there was discussion that she might try and open up all those files as well. There was that discussion under Bill Clinton as well, and even President Clinton, if I recall correctly, was on some late night comedy talk show, Jimmy Kimmel or something, and was asked about that and made the statement that he tried to look into it, and even he couldn't do it. So who knows? Anyway, last cigarette of the evening with you all, folks. I might be popping in later, like I usually do, to see if anybody's still in the chat room or anything like that. Ramura says, I don't listen to Savage, but Alex Jones is backed way off of Pizzagate, maybe at the vice of lawyers. Who knows? Yeah, that was fishy to me too. And, you know, there was some guy that used to work for Jones that now is on his own or something. That was very fishy to me. Dihar says that may have just been Trump's face if indeed his uncle was in the know. Yeah, there's so much here. You know, we're reading tea leaves, guys. Nuclear says, you may notice in that video with Trump and Obama that both men said very deliberately that it was the first time they had met. Sounds fishy. Yeah, that does sound kind of fishy. Yeah, Joe Biggs, that was the guy that used to work for Alex Jones. But see, I don't follow Alex Jones that closely either. Um, but I did notice that there was that definite change there, that he was pursuing that Pizzagate, and then bang, all of a sudden he's not, and that guy Biggs is gone. So it's been interesting to watch Jones and all the shuffling going on there too. Oh dear. So anyway, all right, Tim, thank you for showing up. Uh, Godspeed down there in Australia. I'm wondering, since you guys are talking about Trump and that meeting with Obama in the White House, if maybe that has something to do with him uh, staying in his own tower so much. I have to wonder just how much we're going to see him actually in the White House, you know, particularly with his own security team and so on. I just have to wonder. So anyway, that's it for my cigarette, guys. So I'm going to stop the broadcast. I'm going to go eat. I'll be back maybe 2 or 3 hours just to see if there's anything going on. I want to thank you all again for just a wonderful VidChat kickoff to the new year. I will see you all in a couple of weeks when we have our regular VidChat for North America and all of you folks in the Pacific. So interesting. Ramira says Melania and Barron are not going to Washington. Interesting. Anyway, I'll see everybody. Anybody that's here later, I'll see you later. And thanks again, guys. Bye-bye.